Ah, I was muted. It begins. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? There's my show. Copy link address. Let's see what we got. 55 who just joined in. They just came in. I didn't even make the notification yet. Hey, 50. Live and taking calls. Here we go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Smokey. I say we just like load up Emerald chat and see what we get. Either that or wait for some calls. You know what I'm saying? All right. Not a robot. Log in. See, it says verifying. Success. First amender. Log in. Does it let me? Yeah, log in. Come on. Do I just log in with a Google account? I don't like logging in with a Google account. I never know what it's going to do. Witch says, nice. Hello. Hello, Witch. All right. Let's see what we get. Start chatting now. Let me set my defaults. Microphone. Turned up on a Tuesday. Hell yeah. Let's see if we can find... I'm going to continue with Google. Log in as first amender. And we just got to be careful. Ensure that there is not a dick. No penises in chat. All right, let's start matching. Here we go. We're going to match. Okay. Hello. Hello? I can't hear you. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out why I can't hear you. It's got to be a reason. Is it under preferences? Let me see here. Hold on. Sound. Might be just be my end. You're the first one of the night, so I don't know. Can you talk? Otherwise I got to skip. I don't hear you. I do not hear you. But I can definitely hear the... Have a good night. See ya. All right, we're going to keep going. Hello. Workademic says, how's the death cult? Isn't that Christianity? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Let's see what we get. Hello. Nothing. Connecting to what? What? Question mark? They left. Want mommy. Okay. Connecting to fit guy. Hello, fit guy. Can you talk? Why just typing? Can you talk? You can't talk? Oh, come on now. You're shy? You could talk. It's okay. I'm on a YouTube channel, so maybe it's best we skip. All right, peace. He said he was shy, so I didn't want to pick on him. Oh boy, that's a penis. Forever Rain says, are you doing Emerald Chat again? Yeah, we're doing Emerald Chat. Last time it was fun. What? It's Tuesday. It's true. It is Tuesday. Hello. Okay. I should assume if I see a belly that they're definitely going to show a penis. Hello.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing?
Chilling out by you, bro.
How do you feel about LGBT people?
LGBTQ or trans?
That's the T in LGBT.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I fuck with LGBTQ people.
You don't
They're
deal
cool.
with the trans. Why?
Nah, we're born as gender. Stay the gender. Folks deal with it.
Sorry, what?
If you were born a gender, stay the gender. You gotta deal with it.
With a gender, you stay the gender.
Deal with it. Don't put the deal with it.
Deal with it. Sorry, yeah, I'll write that down with it.
Yeah.
You think you do have to deal with it?
I mean, why would you want to change?
Well, there are people that do want to change. Have you ever wanted to look stronger?
Go to the gym.
What if you can't grow the muscles?
Everybody can grow muscle.
No. No, definitely not.
Anybody can grow muscle. I'm being that
No,
serious.
no. If you lack testosterone, you're not growing any muscle.
Take testosterone.
Oh. So you are in favor of gender affirming therapy?
That is gender affirming therapy?
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, you're a male and you want to look stronger, so you're affirming your identity by taking a drug to help affirm your identity.
You're not taking it to affirm your identity, though. You're just taking it to look stronger. Because you asked me about being stronger. Not
But you
about
are
looking like a
affirming
man.
your identity. You want to look stronger. You want to look more manly, bigger. You want to look more like how you feel.
So, being stronger equals looking like a man?
For some, yeah.
Well, why are you speaking for everybody?
I'm saying for some. That is the case for some people. Some people want to look bigger and stronger, but a lot of people, they don't attribute, affirming your own gender with gender identity. Like when women like to look more beautiful, they are in fact affirming their gender.
I mean, that is not being trans, though, is it?
No, but it is. It does give you an idea of what it means to be trans. Whatever's happening inside doesn't match with what your body is.
So you're gonna cut your dick off to look
You're aware that
stronger?
less than 1% of trans people do that, right?
Then they're not trans.
No, that's not true. There's tons of people that get HRT, and when they take HRT, they are taking a testosterone suppressant and then introducing estrogen into the body, which promotes fat growth along the chest and hips, and it recedes it in the belly. It also changes the way their face looks. That would be a feminizing example of hormone therapy.
Shit, they gotta deal with it. If they were born a man, they gotta be a man.
Well, but they don't have to deal with it. Just like
They
how
don't
somebody
have
who's
to.
like really thin and frail, the way that they would deal with it if they wanted to look big and strong is they would likely take a type of testosterone.
No. Of course they're not going to, because there's obviously trans people in the world, so they obviously have it.
Yeah, they have
From
like
my
an internal identity where they feel like it
exactly,
doesn't match.
I'm speaking from my perspective. You know what I mean? For me,
I mean,
shit.
if they internally feel, let's say if that they internally feel female, then wouldn't that mean that they would be dealing with it in the sense that they are taking hormone replacement therapy to change their physical body?
Shit, that's their problem, bro. I'm not gonna support it either way.
Why wouldn't you support it?
Cause why would I?
I want to know why.
Well, you tell me, why should I?
Well, if you believe in human dignity and empathizing with other people and realizing that not everybody is given the same cards in life and that you apply some level of care for your fellow human beings, even if that they have a problem that you don't have.
None of this was introduced until, you know, technology and stuff like that
Oh
started getting
boy.
into people's brains.
Just wait till you look back in the 1970s where we started really honing in on hormone therapy and how hormones affect the body.
Do you support trans people?
100%. I'm super supportive of it. I'm a believer of just freedom in general. I think people have a right to do as they see fit, provided that they're not hurting other people. And specifically regarding trans people, there's a huge effort by people who are in power to vilify trans people because that's what got them votes.
Well, you see, that is your personal perspective and your personal opinion, as well as I have mine.
Well, it would be an opinion if I couldn't back it up. I can back it up. Those that are highest in power and have the most money have pushed against trans people.
How come?
I think it is a popular wedge issue where they can vilify a group of people that then foments hatred and therefore action off of this group of people that is negligible in terms of votes.
I just don't like the way they act. That's my only argument.
How,
Speaking from
how do they
personal
act?
experience, um, speaking from the ones that I've met, um, they're very egotistical and how do I put it? They don't shut the fuck up about the fact that they're trans. Like
I
you could be
found
trans and like
that any
you
trans
know
person that I've talked to, they haven't shut the fuck up about being trans. They actually would like to not even be referred to as trans. They just want to be referred to as their gender.
no, usually no, that's what I mean. But like from my perspective, from what I've lived, because I haven't met that many trans people, only a few, only a handful. But from the ones that I've met, they're mostly like, "Oh, I'm they slash them. I was a he, but I prefer to be call this a she." And then like I accidentally call him a he or something. And they it happens one time, and then they don't shut the fuck up about it after that one time. You know what I mean? I don't
Really?
know if
Because
you
I have
get me.
not observed that at all. And I've met a lot of trans people, like a
Well,
lot.
everybody has different lives, you know.
Okay. Well, generally speaking, if you misgender a trans person, they're not going to make a big fuss about it unless if you are deliberately going out of your way to be like a hateful person.
No, I don't give a fuck if you're a man or a girl pretending to be a man or a girl. But from what I've lived, that's what makes me dislike them. The fact that they don't shut up about it.
Okay. I mean, I don't see that. I don't exhibit that. And to be honest, if anything, if trans people were left to their own devices, then likely people wouldn't be talking about it so hatefully. In fact, it is the vilification of trans people that has caused trans people to be more vocal.
Hmm.
Like, do you know? Could you imagine? Like, what country are you in?
California.
You're in California. Okay, well, thankfully you're in a good spot where people are going to protect you for being trans. I believe there's states' rights for trans people. I'm in the state of Florida. Florida is intensely antagonistic towards trans people. So much so that if you actually pull up a travel map for trans people, it literally says Florida has its own distinction where it says that to not travel, like literally do not travel. It is actually, it's physically dangerous.
Damn. Is that all?
That's all I got for you.
Well, I'm glad I heard your words.
I appreciate the conversation. You have a great day.
You too.
You can follow me on YouTube. First Amender, 1ST Amender.
First Amender?
Yeah.
Let me look it up right now.
YouTube.com/, First Amender. Here, I'll send it to you.
Did you send it?
Yeah, I sent it to you. And does it go through?
Through the chat thing? Oh, no, it didn't go through.
How about that? Let me see. Does that work?
There you go. Yes. Well, it was nice having a chat with you.
You have a great day.
You too, sir.
Wee, wee, wee. Wee, 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 wee. Wee, wee, wee. How about that? Well, that was interesting. I was kind of expecting him. Workademic says, debate me, Amender. We're academics. You can call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Otherwise, we're going to keep on going through this Emerald chat. Hello. Dang, he skipped. Stupid Times, of course. I remember this dude. I got banned from his server for saying slurs. LOL. Yes. Yes, you do get banned on my server for saying slurs. Let's take a look. Nothing. Connecting. Nothing. Next. Nothing. Nothing. You're on the line with First Amender. Dang. Thought I'd get something. You're on the line with First Amender. How you doing?
I'm great. How you doing?
You guys aren't going to show me any penises, right? I can have you here. I don't want to. I don't want to see. There's a lot of penises.
We are going to show you penises.
All right. What country are you guys from?
We're from Pakistan.
Pakistan. Wow. That's wild.
Are you a YouTuber or something?
I am a YouTuber. You can find me on my handle is at First Amender.
At First Amender. All right, I'll check that. I'll check it out.
How do you guys feel about LGBT people?
We don't mind. No, I don't mind.
Whoa! Holy crap! That's actually wild.
Guys, wait. We love L. We hate GBTQ.
Bro, that's wild. You can't. That's wild. All right, well,
just one thing. Are we getting recorded?
Well, you're actually live right now on YouTube.
Yeah, happy now. That's why you don't say those shit.
Yeah.
Me, anyone can do whatever they want.
What's your handle?
First Amender.
Yeah, at First Amender. 1ST Amender.
1ST. Which country are you from?
I am from Florida, the United States.
Oh, nice. I'm planning to come to US one day for my master's.
We just got $2 from Workademic saying it's ma'am. Should men get right to no child support? Nah, bitch. You got to be responsible for that kid. And if you decide to abandon that mother, guess what? You paying child support. All right. Anyway, so for yeah, you know, I tend to have a lot of debates with people on regarding LGBT issues. And it's kind of interesting coming from Pakistan, because I know Pakistan is intensely antagonistic towards LGBT people. How do you feel about that?
The thing is, in Pakistan, our religion does not allow that. But the thing is that we don't have much, whatever anyone wants to do, they can do. It's not my decision to force anything on anyone. And our religion teaches us that we cannot force anyone. So I don't like that people say that it is wrong. Anyone can do whatever they want. It's for them. And I believe in Pakistan, religion is becoming more of an extremist thing, and people are forcing it on other people, and that is something wrong, I feel like. Yeah. So that's why anyone can do whatever they want. And I don't believe in such debates. Because simply the thing is, everyone wants to believe whatever they want to. They won't listen to me or you. Say anything we want.
Well, but it does mean something where it's like, you know, here in the United States, when we hear Pakistani person, a lot of the times you'll have an American, they'll think, okay, terrorist adjacent. That's what their mind. They don't realize that, hey, there's lots of differing viewpoints and differing people per country, you know, and just hearing from you and that people can see your face, it does matter.
Yeah, that does matter. But again, people think what they want to think. They'll think Pakistani people are like, they might be poor or something. they would think whatever they want to, and I can't change that. And I'm never gonna try and changing that. I will do what I want to, and they can do whatever they want to.
Based. Love it.
So for
Love
me,
love the message.
no one's opinion matter.
That's great.
Okay,
Love
thank
it.
you so much.
You have yourself a
Enjoy your
great
stream.
great rest of your day on Emerald Chat. Don't see too many penises.
Yeah, we are trying.
All right, peace. All right, hold on a sec. That's hilarious. Don't see too many. I did not think that I was gonna have some Pakistani boys telling me you can do whatever you want, which is wild, by the way. That's wild that they would say that. I was expecting them to go immediate attack mode, but they super did not. That's actually amazing. Let's take a look here. If men are forced to pay child support, then they don't have a right to their own body. They do have a right to their own body. It's just you brought somebody else into existence. And so you're responsible. If they don't work, then they go to jail. If they don't work, then they go to jail. I don't know if that's the case. I think it's dependent on what the mother wants there. Anyway, let's keep going with the Emerald Chat. Unless if you guys call in, phone number is 202-998-5218. The calls are open. Anybody can call in. Let's see. How are they slaves to the state and women? Okay, here we go.
As you just fine.
Hello.
Hello.
How old are you? Jesus. Look like a baby. Connecting to Sleepyhead. They left. Nothing. I don't think we got anything. Hello. Dang. Hello. Nothing. Hello, you're on the line with First Amender. Dang it. Hello. Nothing. Next. I just have to wait to see if they stick around. Just wait a second. We don't need to do a hello for every single one, you know? We just got to wait and see, like, hey, we're connecting to somebody. It doesn't, look, they left. Okay, next.
Hi, man. What's going on?
Hello.
Are you transgender?
No. What's up?
Why do you wear that? Okay.
Oh, because I'm a staunch pro-trans supporter. You're on the line with First Amender. How you doing?
I'm doing bad because I see you.
Dang. Do I just call you discussing Butterfree?
Butterfree, I don't know what that
What-
means.
What should I go? What should I call you?
Call me. Where are you from?
The United States, Florida.
United fucking States. Okay, that's obvious. Because you're... Is that alcoholic?
No,
What is that?
this is a homemade Coke. I make it myself.
So repeat that for me. Repeat that for me. Why are you wearing that?
I'm a staunch pro-trans supporter.
Trans supporter.
Trans supporter. That's correct.
They are a piece of shit. Do you know that?
Trans people are a piece of shit?
Yeah.
Why?
There's a male, female only.
Oh man. What happens
Yeah.
if we give you a testosterone suppressant, make you take hormone replacement therapy and throw in estrogen? You think you're going to grow boobs and you're going to be able to keep that beard?
If you're born with dick, you are a man. If you're born
Yeah.
with anything,
What about hypergonadism? What do you do then?
there's no exist for that.
That does exist. I got a book I can show you.
It doesn't. That book is made by Jewish people.
I'll help you out.
okay?
I got it right here. Where the heck is my book? Where is my book? Ah. It's called Brain Gender by Melissa Hines. We can actually go over the exact neuroanatomy of where you would presume that it's a simple male-female, but it's actually way more complex. It is. It is. It talks about both the neurology, the endocrinology. It is. It is. It is.
This is B. You have a mind, don't you?
Yes.
That all because of Jewish, you fucking idiot.
It's
Jewish.
You're saying that the reason why I think the way I do is because of Jews?
Yeah. Jews is controlling by United States. Everyone knows.
Are they in all of the academic institutions, including Australia and New Zealand and every other Western country?
All academic research.
Gotcha.
In United States.
So why is there a lack of empirical evidence of the anti-trans perspective, and it's all just a bunch of grifters and people that are like in politics that argue against trans people, and it's the scientists that are actually in favor of trans people? Why is it that it's Jewish if it's scientist, and it is not Jewish and therefore based and good if you're like a white Christian fascist nationalist that wants to like stop trans people just so you can get votes? Maybe it's you that's indoctrinated. Ever think of that?
No.
No.
Trust me.
Here, why don't I read this section here, if you would allow me. It says here.
Who did you vote for? Can I ask you?
What?
Who did you vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's obvious. What's wrong with Trump?
Trump is a monster and a pedophile, and he is destroying our country.
He's a pedophile.
Yeah.
So why he's not in prison?
Because he's the president. He can pardon himself. He was actually charged on 34 counts of fraud, felony counts of fraud. And because he won the presidency, he can't actually get tried to go to prison. But he was charged on those 34 counts of fraud.
Can't Congress throw him in a prison?
No, he's president. Also, Congress is actually the Republicans control control Congress, so they're not gonna throw him in jail or impeach him. It's not gonna happen.
So you said because he's a president, no one can judge him.
With a majority in the House and the Senate, yeah. There's no impeachment proceedings. He can basically do whatever he wants. All the Republicans are just kind of bowing to Donald Trump, and whatever Donald Trump says goes. As a result, the entire economy is sinking because he thinks that a trade deficit is a negative thing.
If he's a bad person, how did he win? And how did you win with Kamala Harris?
I think there's like a lot of reasons why. I think that the majority reason, I think, is because people perceived that the economy was doing well under Trump and doing bad under Biden, when they completely forgot the fact that it was actually COVID that took all the economies down.
That's not a good reason, because the economy fell down.
Well, I'm telling you, like, on the basis of polls. It's not my opinion. There's a bunch of reasons why I didn't vote for Trump. But specifically, what was the major reason? People thought that the economy was good under Trump and it was bad under Biden. So they did not want to vote for Kamala Harris, who just argued for the same policies as Biden.
Do you think Trump is controlled by the Jewish?
I think Trump is a part of the oligarchy. I don't think it's like necessarily Jewish people, because there's Jewish oligarchy and then there's non-Jewish oligarchy. Like Elon Musk would be considered a part of the oligarchy. He's not Jewish. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of billionaires that are not Jewish.
No, but I said they are controlled by Jewish. All American
I don't believe in a Jewish conspiracy.
That's what I believe in it.
I know you believe in it because you require no evidence, but I require evidence.
No, in fact, I am an engineer. I based science and everything I believe in.
Yeah.
So when I said something, I searched for it.
What's the evidence that you believe that what, Donald Trump is controlled by the Jews?
Yeah, there's a bunch of you American people believe in that too.
Believe in what?
Believe an American government is controlled by the Jewish.
Okay. I don't know.
Right?
I'm not one of them.
Do you hear that?
I
That
think
in
being Jewish
America.
has no relevance. Being Jewish has
There's
no
American-
relevance
there's
to level of success. It's just ridiculous.
There's many American believe in that too.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of racists. I agree with you.
No, not racist. They are not racist. They are.
Where are you
They
from?
has,
What country are you from?
Their own third shit world country.
What country?
I'm from Iraq.
Iraq. So
Yeah.
you're from Iraq. I mean, how do you feel if somebody said, if an American said, well, you're just a terrorist?
I feel good with that
You
because
feel good that you're a terrorist?
yeah, man, you don't get it because our country get knocked by American government.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not a fan of the American foreign policy. I'm saying what I was trying to
after
get to
that-
you with was
after that-
that applying a stereotype, I think, is offensive. And obviously people are more than just like some ridiculous stereotype. I think like you're applying a ridiculous stereotype to Jewish people. There's going to be Jewish people that are very successful. And then there's going to be Jewish people that are very poor, like everybody else. Whether or not that they're Jewish has nothing to do with whether or not that they're pulling the levers to control the United States.
Listen to me. Let's back to the real point. You called me a terrorist. So
No. I said,
my
how would you feel if I called you a terrorist? If Americans refer to you as a terrorist simply because you're from Iraq? I'm pointing out the stereotype. I'm not calling you a terrorist.
because I am an Arabian man. Okay. So,
Yeah, it's not good, right? I don't believe you're a
Yeah,
terrorist,
yeah.
right? You're not a terrorist.
okay. You don't know.
I don't believe you are. You don't look like one.
Okay. My country and many Arabian countries get knocked by American government. Libya.
Yeah, it's awful.
Iraq,
Yeah, we're literally funding the
Afghanistan.
Jewish ethno state, and I'm against it.
So my country after that become chaos and everywhere. That's
Yeah, I
all
agree.
because your
Because of the
government.
yes, I agree.
So
I agree.
then your government is
Yeah.
called me terrorist because
Yeah.
her fault.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I'm not in their camp. I don't like the foreign policy of the United States. So like us wanting to go into the Middle East and upholding the Jewish ethno state against the Palestinian people has in fact destroyed a majority of Middle Eastern countries. And I think that the United States needs to complete 180 reverse on this and then reestablish Palestine and establish peace and allow there to not be an ethno state, which would reduce terrorism across the board.
Because of few people, Israel was.
Dang, man, he left. Dang, bro, that was wild. Oh boy. Wow. I think he had nothing to say at that point. He had nothing else. All right, let's see what else we find. Nothing. I didn't want to connect with Feet Lover Boy anyway. This user has a negative karma score. Okay. Everybody's got a negative karma score. How do you give people a positive karma score? What's my karma score? Is mine negative? I probably have a negative karma score. Knowing me, I got that negative karma score. You know what I'm saying? Let me look here. How do I see my karma score? Profile. What's my karma score? What is my karma score? Do I have a good karma score? No. This user has not filled their profile yet. It doesn't say that I have a negative. I don't know if I have a negative karma score. All right, well, let's keep going. Video chat. Here we go. Oh, hello? Hello? Let's see. Armo Slug says, yo, sick YouTube show, you fucking dork. Why? Why not just call in, bro? 202-998-5218. Are you talking about the stereotype or what actual terrorists look like? Yeah, Mender, how do terrorists look? That was a bad thing to say. How do terrorists look? I don't know, man. Let me pull one up. Like, I mean, they look like this. I mean, it's mostly a clothing thing, to be fair. I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. Okay, maybe it wasn't super sensitive. I'm not perfect. All right, let's see what we get. Nothing. Let's see. Nothing. Nothing. Anything? Anybody here? No. Hello. Nothing. I'm going to start -1 karmaing the people that just skip. Hello? Nothing. -1 karma. Next.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, are you a streamer?
I am.
Wow.
You're on the line with First Amender. Though there's a really nasty feedback. I don't know if you can fix that.
Can you hear me now clearly?
I sure can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? I'm doing good.
I'm not going to see a penis, am I?
No, you will never see any penis right here.
Sick, based. All right, tired of looking at penises.
Same.
All right, all right. How do you feel about LGBT people?
Well, I'm good as long as they're good to me. They're people. How about you?
Based.
Are you against?
Oh no, I'm super pro LGBT. Super pro. Super pro. Yeah. I try to teach people, hey, you know, LGBT people aren't so bad. And maybe you got propagandized into thinking that they're bad.
Yes, actually, I support your claim.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Ruby.
Thank you so much, First Amender.
First Amender, you can actually find me on YouTube.
Wow.
Here's my tag.
A shout out to First Amender. Please subscribe.
Based, bro. All right, you have a great day. We're gonna find somebody to disagree with. See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Let's see here. That was Ruby Wookie. I'm gonna +1 karma for him being nice. Let's see what else we can find. Marking Meerkat. This person's named A Shower.
I'm a shower.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Why can't I see you?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to leave now.
Okay, bye.
I'm going to not... sounded like a kid. Hello? Nothing. Hello? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing. We're fishing, though. We are fishing. Hello? I like your background. Thank you. Can you talk? I don't like showing my voice. All right, well, I got to move on if you can't talk. Have a good day. Is that loud beep from Emerald Chat? Yep, it sure is. It is. Tell you what, let me open up the volume mixer and turn down Chrome a bit. And then I'll turn it up when there's like a conversation. Let's see. Connecting. Okay, we're going to leave next. Hello. Nothing. Nothing. Anything? Nothing. Anything? Nothing. Hello. Can you talk? Dang, nothing. That was close. Hello. Oh boy. That's a penis. Hello. Nothing. Hello. I do not like that angle. You're not going to show a penis, are you? All right. Hello.
Hey,
Hey, yo.
awesome background you have going.
Thank you. Well, how are you doing? You're on the line with First Amender.
What?
You're on the line with First Amender.
Oh, you live or something?
I am. How do you feel
On
about
this
that?
side, that's dangerous.
Is it really that dangerous?
There's a lot of not safe for work stuff going on.
There's a lot of penises. So what I do is that I just change the scene to where you can't see penis. And then, yeah, and then when I find somebody that they're not going to show a penis or any nudity, that's when I show the camera. So
that makes sense. Yeah, stay hydrated.
Absolutely. But I was actually going around and advocating for pro LGBT positions, and I debate people who are against it.
Well, no debating needed here.
You're on the side, huh?
Well,
sick, based. I was actually just telling, there was a guy from Iraq of all places.
Oh.
And yeah, and he was saying that what was he saying? He said he said there is only a man and a woman. And I was like, really? That's a nice beard you got. I wonder what would happen if you suddenly took HRT and you took a testosterone suppressant. You think you're going to keep that beard? He didn't like that.
Enjoy that too much. He skipped it immediately after, didn't he?
I tried. Well, actually, then we went on. He was saying your thought process is run by Jews, and I was like, really? It's Jewish, so it's like all scientists, like all the scientists in the world, and he had a hard time answering that. And then he thought that I was going to be in favor of Israel, and I'm like, bro, it's an ethno state. Why am I in favor of an ethno state? It just seemed obvious to me. So tell you what, why don't you help me out? Tell me your story. Tell me a bit about yourself.
There's that much really going. Pretty much, it pretty much started as a hobby.
Mm-hmm.
With cosplaying, and then I just said, you know what, I'm buy some fake chests, which turned into let's buy a wig, let's buy some makeup, and now I'm sitting here.
Nice. I understand. Yeah, I'm actually in the state of Florida, and it's
Ooh,
very, very
in the
antagonistic
US
towards trans
is
people.
yeah,
There's
I've
some
heard.
states that are pretty good. You know, they actually have actual trans protections, but Florida is like literally
Not
the
one of
do
them,
not
sadly.
travel. Like it's the worst one out of all the states.
I feel Ohio is also not one of them.
Ohio, is it? I don't know.
Is
Let me pull
it?
it. Anti-trans map. Let me pull it up. Anti-trans map. Yeah, now Florida. So Florida's really bad. It's about as bad as it gets. I can see that a lot of the Bible Belt, Tennessee, Mississippi,
Yeah, of course they are.
Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, Kansas. Yeah, these are really, really bad. And there's some Midwest that are bad. But if you're in New York, you get a lot of protection. Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, Colorado. These are very pro trans areas. So it's a very big country.
Yeah, it actually is.
Well, I appreciate you. I think I'm going to move on. I'm looking
Appreciate
for
you.
some people that I'm going to be disagreeing with. But if you want to follow me,
Oh,
here's my handle.
oh, on where?
YouTube.
Oh, you okay? I'll
Yep.
do that one.
Appreciate it. You have a great day.
First one. Oh, 1M. Oh, there you are.
Yep.
Oh, it actually shows you. Oh, yep, there we go. There I am.
I appreciate I appreciate the
Yeah.
conversation. I'm going to be looking for some
Yeah.
people to disagree with. But thank you very much.
Have fun doing that.
You have a great day.
Have
Bye
fun
bye.
during the arguments.
And I argue. I'm really good at it too. See ya.
See
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's see what else we can find. We're going to find something. I did not get where they were from, but we're going to find somebody. Let's see what we can get. What is going on with my notepad? Keep that there. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. All right, let's +1 karma that, and then we're going to move to the next. And they skipped. Next. I'm going to keep it turned down for you guys so you guys don't have to hear the beep so bad. Nothing. Rainbow Ash saying, W caller. Yo, true. Let's see. Eli coming in. Nothing. Next. Nothing. Next. Nothing. Next. Hello. Nothing. Next. Let's see. Zap says channel is Islamophobic. Well, you'd be fair to know that I'm anti-religion. I don't like any religion, so you can call me Islamophobic all you want, but I am equal opportunity phobic towards any religion. So yeah, I don't like I don't like religion in general. I think it's bad. Hello. Darn. Hello.
Hello.
You know, I usually like to avoid, I just make sure that nobody's going to show any penises, and then we can have a conversation. How do you feel about LGBT people?
I hate them all.
You hate them all. All right. Do you go by illuminating? Damn, he laughed. What a bitch. He would have defended it. Fuck. I hate them all, he says. I hate them all. Most of the mods hate religion because religion is evil. Yo, based. 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 All right, let's see what else we find. We're going to keep going. Oh, that's a penis. Turn down Chrome. Hello. Hello. Nothing. They says, Spider says, why do you think religion is bad? I think it's just like, I think when you base your worldview on something that doesn't exist, it ends up, you resulting in doing things that are actually quite negative or harmful to yourself and other people. And so, yes, I think it leads people down a bad road. And so I just think religion in general is bad because it doesn't align with reality. And that's with any. John Aria Smith says, what app do I call in with? So you can actually call in with your phone. It's 202-998-5218. We are taking calls currently. And you can also join my Discord, discord.gg/@1ST Amender. You can actually see right here where it says discord.gg/First Amender, FIRST. If you go into the waiting room and wait in there, I'll drag you up. But you got to go into the waiting room. Otherwise, I'm going to assume nobody is there. But yeah, there's a couple of apps that you can use. Your audience has doubled over the last time I've saw you, says Salty Caveman. It totally depends. Sometimes I just get 10 viewers. Other times just more. It just depends. Make a counter for how many male parts you get during one stream. Curious to see the number. It happens constantly. I would be constantly updating that number. Maybe I'll just keep it in my notepad here instead of like number of penises I've seen so far. All right. I'm going to say 5. I don't know if that's an accurate number. It's probably around that number. It could be more. It could be less. We're going to keep it at 5. You know what? We'll go 1 under just to be conservative about it. We're going to say I have seen 4 penises so far. They said, do you allow international call-ins? So I think my number does not allow for international call-ins, but that's not a problem. If you are in on Discord, you can call in. It looks like we actually have somebody who would like to join. We've got John Smith. All right, let's have the convo with John Smith. You're on the line with First Amender.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Did you want to have a conversation, John?
Yeah, I'm actually curious about, did you ever see the debate that was supposed to happen between Andrew Wilson and Matt Dillahunty?
Yes, I did.
So unfortunately it was cut short.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, what would your, if you were in Matt Dillahunty's place, what would your argument have been to counter whatever Andrew Wilson's?
Well, he didn't address he didn't address it at all. He went straight for a personal attack over the fact that Matt Dillahunty had a trans girlfriend. It actually had zero relevance to the topic. I think, what was the topic? It was something about secular humanism, like the morality of Christianity versus secular humanism, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So it was about the secular humanism thing. He did bring up points that would be on his side of the argument. So I'm wondering, what would your, if you watched.
But he didn't. He went straight into personal attacks. I mean, we could go over the exact moment. It wasn't very long. Sure. It was like 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, like if we go over his entire opening statement and you hear whatever he has brought up in his opening statement, like let's ignore the personal attacks part, but the rest of the argument.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
I'm just
let me see if I can find it. Hold on, give me a sec.
Would be to that.
All right, Andrew Wilson, Matt Dillahunty debate, MDD. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, because I've seen your responses to a bunch of other debate topics. I do like hearing your side. I think you argue it well. So, but I just haven't heard this one. That's why I'm curious. But I'm gonna hop off. But I just want to listen to what you would respond with.
Okay.
That's ever been connected with
All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me up.
Yep. See it. Why don't I hear it very well? Oh.
That's ever called for the deaths of people for criticizing secular humanism or any religious view.
Where's his argument? Let's see.
That has ever things.
Because I'm looking for specifically Andrew Wilson. Like
just growing debate channel on the internet, James. We'll
speed it up a bit.
You didn't know. Appreciate that very much. Appreciate everybody being here. All of you are way too stodgy in this room. Very low energy. Just want to let all of you know that. Ladies and gentlemen of all pronouns, the Z's, the Zers, the hims, and hers, I would like to thank you for tuning in today for this exciting in-person conference on modern-day debate. My name is Andrew Wilson. There's a few ways this debate could go. The topic is Christian ethics versus secular humanism. Which has a better foundation? The funny thing is, I already won that topic because as Matt explained to Jay Dyer, he has no justification under the skeptical belief structure to give an accounting for any meta-ethical presupposition he may have.
This is just presup. Presup is actually completely debunked by the fact that it does not require an anthropomorphic deity. And also the idea of something thinking beyond space-time actually makes no sense. So that on its face is not a valid argument.
He just kind of grants himself stuff. He grants himself logic. He grants himself.
You grant yourself logic and reason as well. You just specifically choose this thing that is supposed to think beyond space-time, which doesn't make any sense.
Reason. He grants himself an entire worldview, even though he's using an unjustified starting position for it. So I'm not honestly all that interested in doing the God not real dough debate because one, it's boring, and two, it's also really boring.
Well, it turns out you don't actually have to do that debate because that's not what the debate prompt is. If you can actually read right there, it's a little small, but you can actually read it. It says here, Matt Dillahunty versus Andrew Wilson, will secular humanism beat Christianity? Right? That's the debate prompt. Okay. So it actually has nothing to do with the God real, God not real argument. It is referring to Christianity versus secular humanism. You could see right here, it looks like that there's an inconsistency in the title here where it says Matt Dillahunty versus Andrew Wilson, Christianity versus secular humanism. It's not a God debate. It's talking about what moral system is better. So so for the first part, he mentions, he does presup, which is complete nonsense. How do you think beyond space-time? It doesn't make any sense. God apparently thought things like logic into existence, but how do you think logic into existence if there's no space-time to think? So the concept of thinking stops making sense. And when you have Andrew Wilson then goes to talk about God versus not God is not the debate. Is not the debate.
It goes like this. I don't see enough evidence and remain unconvinced there's a God. Then I say, but you use a theistic worldview of justification like there is a God, grant yourself logic and everything else. So instead of that, I'm just going
This is again just presup. It's already debunked.
To grant Matt's entire worldview. 2/3 or more of the planet.
Looks like we're getting a phone call. All right, let's go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I got a wait, is this for like, do you believe Jesus is God type stuff, or is it just like a political?
I mean, it could be an atheist discussion if that's what you want. Are you a Christian?
That's perfect.
Or a religion?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna start off with.
Can I get your name?
Eli.
Eli. All right, Eli. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, man, like, to be honest, I do really want to talk about God's existence, or I could talk about Jesus being a prophecy, or we could talk about Jesus' existence if you believe he's a historical person. It's just whatever is up to you.
I mean, in terms of like want to talk about God's existence, I can't empirically show that he exists at all. That doesn't disprove God, but the idea of there being like an immaterial entity that creates universes and cares about us doesn't really make any sense, considering something like that would have to exist beyond space-time. And the act of thinking and doing requires space-time. So that on its own doesn't make any sense.
So thing about that is that God is outside of space and outside of time because he is the infinite that created the finite and the sources. So that alone, right, is outside of space and time. And then the dimension is the moral of my belief on the existence of God. So would you agree that if God was outside of the what's it called? The universe, would you agree that that can be a normal concept?
No.
Why not?
Because this idea that God thought is of the universe is the problem. Right? I'm presuming he exists outside of space-time. And so then my question becomes, he's outside of space-time. The concept of thinking and deciding and doing is temporal. It doesn't make any
It's
sense.
temporal.
He can't make something
Well, we can-
begin because that requires time.
Well, like I said, that doesn't mean he can't interact with time. We in the Christian theology, we can see this through Jesus because Jesus interacted with time. So he can still go.
So are we moving past and we're talking about Jesus now?
No, I'm saying that
Because I agree with you. Jesus did exist. I don't believe he did any of the miracles, but I do believe that a guy
Miracles?
named Jesus existed.
Okay, so I'm saying like the thing is that God, right? In my understanding, he can interact with time because in my understanding, he did it through Jesus. But if you don't agree with that part, if it's because you don't believe in Jesus, well, you believe he's a normal person. But I could happily talk about why Jesus is God if you want to.
Well, I'm not looking for like a sermon. And again, like to put Jesus
really a sermon.
into the universe and God is also Jesus. I mean, that's a whole other can of worms I don't even want to get into. This
do you
also
know what the
requires
Trinity
a temporal understanding. And
Mm.
if God exists outside of space-time, there is no temporality.
He could be temporal.
But how does he insert himself into a temporal time if he is timeless?
So God is all powerful, right? Would you agree with that concept of God?
That's what people believe. I don't believe that anything can be all
No, I'm
powerful.
saying in the concept of God, he's all powerful, right?
That's what they say.
So in his concept, if he wanted to, he could limit himself and be temporal. Even though he's outside of the space, time, and matter, doesn't mean he can't enter the space, time, and matter because he created the. Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Well, I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory. It's a mathematical construct that has backing, where if you take time and move it backwards, it gets down into a singularity.
So you don't believe it exists?
I wouldn't say believe so much as that I know.
Okay, it exists.
Can I ask
Yeah,
how old
so
are
my-
you? Because Rainbow Ash just donated $2 USD saying, "Is this caller a fetus?"
I'm not a fetus. What?
They're asking how old you are.
Oh, I'm 15.
You're too young, man. I gotta move on. Appreciate your call.
Oh, I apologize.
Appreciate
I
it.
apologize, brother. All right, have a good day.
I just don't want to bully a kid. I don't want to. I feel bad. Literal fetus. You're right. I gotta ask these ages when they sound that young. But you're right. You're right, Rainbow Ash. Thank you. Thank you for pointing it out. Let's look back at the moment where, okay, so he was talking about God versus not God, debate. It's not the debate. It's specifically the ethics of Christianity versus secular humanism. And also he's making a precept argument right here. That doesn't make any sense. Let's try again.
Of this entire planet are all operating inside of a shared delusion that they were created by a sky daddy who loves him some slavery and murderousness.
Yep.
He thinks it's
Precept.
funny to kind of cosmically with people. That's his deal, kind of his whole thing. That's Matt's worldview. So now Matt's right, and the question becomes,
I mean, to be fair, right? Like I could pull up like old scripture as well as old books that are written by Christians in the South that did argue for slavery. And so it's pretty obvious that is there. So you can say whatever you want.
let them to continue to believe in this nonsensical Stone Age madness, or do we stop them from engaging in it? My contention is, even if God isn't real at all, that people acting as though he is still superior to whatever nonsensical egalitarian worldview Matt can come up with. See, Matt also just acts as though the things he believes are true. He believes.
Again, like all of this requires precept. Precept is rejected.
Therefore acts as though logic is real, math is real. Everything is real based on his presuppositional belief that they are real.
Yeah. The precept is totally negated because, again, you can't have something that thinks beyond space-time. That doesn't make any sense.
You see, human flourishing, the cornerstone of Matt's ideology and that of secular humanism, is totally meaningless. Flourishing by whose metric? From my perspective, for instance, attempting to lie to people who claim men can be women isn't human flourishing. From Matt's perspective, it is.
He's saying that it's not human flourishing for people to live their life as they see fit. I mean, Matt Dillahunty isn't the one telling you to not believe in God. Matt Dillahunty is just arguing secular humanism versus Christianity. trans people has nothing to do with Christianity versus secular humanism.
Why? Why should the collective...
In fact, I'm pretty sure there are Christian trans people, so that's stupid.
...of humanity lie and say men can get pregnant? Why should...
Well, to be fair, right, if you're talking about a trans man, they would be able to get pregnant. That is possible.
They say that men can have periods? Things which are cap...
Yeah. Once again, trans man, if they still have the parts, then they would be able to get periods and produce large gametes. Man pregnant. Like, I don't have to like... Here, like, I'm not making it up. Like, there are people where, like, they look like a man, but they're pregnant. Like, it happens. I mean, it's rare, granted, it's pretty rare, but it does happen, right? I just want to be clear, everybody, that this does happen.
Categorically and obviously false. That preserving homosexuality in society is good for human flourishing, even though they are reproductive dead ends.
Yeah, just so you're aware, there's actually an evolutionary advantage to being gay. It turns out that there's a lot of mammalian species that are in fact gay. And the reason why that is the case is because there's a lot of abandoned animals from their offspring. The offspring get abandoned for one reason or another. And you will literally have gay couples pick up to take care of those offspring. So it does actually propagate the species in the fact that gay couples do assist others in rearing children. Let's see. John Arena says, I think his point is that trans comes from Matt's secularism, whereas if we all pretended to follow a Christian worldview, this wouldn't occur or be accepted in society. Well, if people are believing that trans people are a thing, actually, this is actually a solid defeater. You're accidentally making a solid defeater where they say America is a Christian nation. Because if people in the United States believe in transness, then it would not be a Christian society. Like, I don't yeah, I mean, it just doesn't have anything to do with Christianity versus secular humanism. I mean, we could talk about the ethics of Christianity. It does not have a good track record. Let's keep going.
And that Western society and egalitarianism is superior to those evil theist society, even though the Western nations can't even reproduce their own populations, but instead have to replace their population with foreigners from those theist nations that can't.
Well, to be fair, right, this happens even in any country that has high quality of living standards. It actually doesn't have anything to do with atheism or not atheism. It has more to do with just having a high quality of living standard, which makes it very expensive. So that's a big problem. Also, like, if you actually just look at the raw numbers, like, you can look at the Human Development Index as a good example. The countries that have just like the highest quality of living system imaginable, like, they're all secular as fuck. Like, they're all secular, right? Meanwhile, you've got like countries that are not secular living really low. Like, it's much worse off than countries that have high HDIs. Like, I don't know. Be mad at the numbers, but yeah, it's kind of better to be in a secular society than a religious one.
Can reproduce. Let's start with a basic societal question recently asked of the West, who has now embraced a scientific and non-theistic approach to governing. Super basic question every kindergartner knows. If you don't believe me, go watch Kindergarten Cop. The question posed to the Western nation is, can a man be a woman? Right?
Can a man be a woman? Yeah, we're referring to gender, not sex. This is his misunderstanding that gender does not always equal to sex. Yay. I don't know why this is so hard. Like read a textbook. I don't Biodrug coming in saying that even the Gulf states are seeing a drop in birth rates. Yo, true. Actually true. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Turns out when quality of living rises, it's more expensive to have children. Excadriller says, is First really watching this debate, bro? I'm not watching the whole debate. They just wanted me to argue Andrew Wilson's arguments before he goes into, I mean, he's already like well into just being a giant transphobic piece of garbage. And he's gonna start shitting on Matt Dillahunty about his trans girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever. And it's just wild that like this is even acceptable. So let's listen.
To the question of if a man can be a woman, they say the answer is yes. And the way we will decree they can be a woman is by simply saying that woman now means male. Problems?
No. It's just gender is different from sex. You're a moron.
Solved. Thank you, secular humanists. Thank you so much.
No, it's not secular humanism. It's just realizing gender is different from sex. There's lots and lots of different fields of science that is able to exhibit hormonal differences as well as sociological differences that result in somebody feeling like internally that they are not what they are externally.
Nope, not kidding. Why, you ask, would people be this over the top stupid? Well, it's simple. The good is the good, man. We have to do what's good for human society and human flourishing. And if you don't call these deranged lunatics something they obviously aren't, they might self-terminate. So in order to avoid that, we need to make everybody on planet Earth lie to them.
They're not lying, right? It's just establishing the difference between gender and sex. There's no lying required. And by the way, if you voted Donald Trump, you clearly don't give a shit about lying. Like, if you think that Andrew Wilson gives a shit about lying, it's a total misnomer. He just wants to hate trans people. He just wants to misgender trans people directly and be a giant piece of shit. Like, it doesn't actually address. And also, this debate isn't about trans people. This debate is about Christianity versus secular humanism. This is now what? The 7th time he brings up trans people?
This is human flourishing. Just redefine shit, pretend it's true. How laughably absurd this worldview is. Matt will often say, I remain unconvinced. Well, Matt,
No, it's just, you got to go beyond your like middle school textbook talking about your like a male and female and just like XXXY chromosomes. Obviously, it's more than that. There's a lot more to this.
Also going to use your standard. I need for you to 100% convince me beyond a shadow of a doubt that males can have babies. What's the answer going to be? No.
So he's misspeaking, but it's men. We're referring to the gender. Men can have babies. So, I mean, again, a trans man can get pregnant. We'll do another one. Pregnant trans man. Here we go. I just like FYI, there are trans men. They can get pregnant. Let me see if I can get one that's not so graphic. These are graphic. Hold on. Yeah, here's another one. Indeed, this is a trans man who has gotten pregnant, right? I don't know. Do I have to like I mean, it's going to seem like it's silly, but it's not. It's not silly. I mean, like if this person wasn't pregnant, I would just say that that's a guy. Like they're clearly passing. So yeah, I mean, pregnant man emoji is based. I just FYI. Listen, you could say it's ew, but they're having children. Okay. Are you like worried about, again, like we're talking about the difference between gender and sex. So yeah, it's just, he's saying, oh, now we're saying that men can get pregnant. I'm like, trans men can get pregnant. Stop being stupid. Trans men. We're just referring to the gender here.
Andrew, you big stupid. Males can't have babies. Men can have babies. As we just defined man to include females, dummy. Well, Matt, I remain unconvinced. I'd like Matt to convince me.
I thought that they wanted to like increase the birth rates. And then I show them a trans man and how they indeed do have children. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, ew. Oh my God, they're having children. Ew. And I'm like, bro, you guys are like, what do you guys want? Do you guys want to increase the birth rate? Or it's just about, that actually is a good argument. That it just shows that they're just against trans people. They don't care about the birth rate. They just want to control women and their ability to like have children or not have children. It's awful.
Me that if you are a male and you're having sex with another male, which would not be allowed in my version of a secular humanist worldview.
Yeah, he would like take, like, he basically wants to take all the gay people, put them in the trains, and then, I don't know, they go off to some far off land. I don't just, what do you mean you wouldn't allow gayness? What does that mean? What are you arguing? By the way, he has never given a prescription as to what he would do with the gay people. Like, what is he going to do? Let's say if he's in power, do you force the gay people to move? They're not allowed to show that they're gay. They're like, what kind of authoritarian system would this require? Right. And it's like, why does it stop there? Right. If in the book 1984, they literally control how people have sex. They say you can only have sex for the purpose of procreation. It can never be for pleasure. It can never be for pleasure. And it has to be between a man and a woman. So like the fact that like this guy is advocating this is the actual 1984.
How is it that you're not just basically having sex with a guy with a wig on? I really want to know the answer to that question. Not just me, but all
again, gender, sex, different. These are different things.
Rational people who aren't lunatics also want to know why it's man.
And also, where are we going to talk about Christianity versus secular humanism? It's still talking about trans people. What is wrong with him?
Isn't a complete and total crock of garbage. Because I remain unconvinced that it isn't a total lie, and that these people don't just pervert the language to include their own perversions and then add human flourishing at the end. Matt has said he wouldn't make a law stopping 9-year-olds from having sex with each other. Not kidding. Now, I know this is going to sound a little bit totalitarian, but I would in fact create laws that made it a crime for a 9-year-old to have sex with their 9-year-old. I would hold the parents criminally liable for allowing this.
Well, you should probably talk to your Republican senators because they're the only ones that advocate having child marriage. And I have a feeling if I asked you, Andrew Wilson, whether or not you'd be okay with child marriage, I guarantee you'd probably say that child marriage was okay, which is fucking weird. And please stop acting as if that you're a moral arbiter when you're an actual piece of garbage.
To happen in my evil authoritarian society where I don't even let 9-year-olds have sex or the parents go straight to jail for negligence. Now, I think that's better for human flourishing. I think maybe parents would be far less likely to let their 9-year-olds.
I mean, again, talk to your state representatives because Republicans, they're the only ones that argue that. Democrats never argue that position.
Do that if they went to jail. Stupid me. Next, I would in my authoritarian society.
Let's see. AWOL Thought says, First Amendment, it may seem like he's been on the topic. No, he's off the topic for a long time because you keep pausing every single sentence because I'm responding. I was asked, hey, can you answer to the things that he argues? Again, he's not even arguing the position. He's just giving an anti-trans perspective and he's not actually addressing Christianity versus secular humanism.
Decree that all simulated sex acts in public were criminal offenses and would make sure that all people went to prison for the crime of indecency, which doesn't assist with human flourishing. And I'd like to know why I'm wrong. Secular humanism can basically be whatever the hell you want it to be. It doesn't.
Yeah, the Human Development Index. The Human Development Index literally proves you wrong. Secular society live higher quality of living standard than a non-secular society, than theocratic societies. Period. And by the way, the theocratic societies, they have no reason to live a low quality of living standard. They have the world's oil. And yet they, like a majority of them, live terrible lives, comparatively speaking. John is in the waiting room. Okay. Did I address his arguments to your satisfaction, John?
No, I don't think so, but I think it would be better if because he goes more in depth against against Craig, what's his name? Craig Mick Nielsen? I don't know. He's the guy that does the flat earth stuff. But I think they actually got to have an entire full debate. But mostly I was just wondering, like, hey, I was really hoping that Matt Dillahunty would have a rebuttal, but he didn't.
Hold on. You said you wanted me to react to or address Andrew Wilson's argument. His first argument he brought up was presup, which is debunked by the fact that it requires time in order to think of a universe and create it into existence.
So for
and then
that
number two.
Well, hold on. Let me address number one. Number one is during debate prep, because I remember watching his debate prep, and he was saying, look, no matter what, Matt Dillahunty's probably going to force this into a creation debate where it's like, oh, why do you even believe in God? And so he was addressing that by saying, let's not even have that discussion about God's not real. Let's just grant that it's not real. So now my argument is, if I pretend he's real and I still follow Christian values, I think we would still end up with a better society than where secular humanism would lead us.
All right. Why do secular nations have higher quality of living standard than theocratic ones?
So Craig, I think actually in the video that I'm telling you about now, Craig actually brought something about that up, and I I forget now, but he had a response about like
But
every
I'm not
nation
talking
that
to
you just
Craig. I'm talking to
described.
you, John.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I don't have. One, I'm not smart enough, and two, I don't have the time to argue the whole thing out. I want you to listen to the people that are and that they have had this
Well,
conversation,
did
and
I
then I'd like.
respond to his arguments to your satisfaction? Because you asked me to respond to Andrew Wilson's arguments in this specific debate, and I've been doing so for the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think. I think what you have to do is approach it with, okay, we know for sure the debate topic is this, which you were incorrect when you pointed out you're in the on the TV screen. That wasn't the debate topic. That was the question for their betting thing, the app where people bet with who's going to win. But if you scroll forward and you get into the Q&A, someone actually brings that up and he says, no, that's
okay,
not
fine. The
debate
title's
topic.
here: Christianity versus secular humanism.
Right, and I'm not even sure. Yeah, I think
so. You
the
went
full
straight
topic
into
was like
precept,
which
which
one?
is disproven, and God versus not God argument, which
No, I
is
think
not the debate. He's I don't know, granting that or whatever. And then he went to rail off on his anti-trans
he didn't.
propaganda,
So he
despite the
didn't go
fact that
into
he
the.
doesn't understand the difference between gender and sex.
So he didn't go into the precept as an argument.
He
What he
did.
did was say, let me just grant it to you because that's such a boring debate that we've always done, and I know that that's the
Not only is
direction
it boring, it's disproven.
Yeah, so either way, he's just saying, let me grant it because I don't want to go there. And I think that was probably after
All right,
all of
and then
Matt
what? He was going to bring
Dillahunty's
up.
debate.
He was going to bring up his hatred towards trans people and wondering how men can get pregnant, despite the fact that there are trans men that can get pregnant.
So from if you look at it from his point of view, like you did say earlier, you said, oh, you're not lying to them. You're not forced to lie to them. From his point of view, you are forced to lie to them because what he thinks is truth is not the same as
I understand that. He's incorrect, though.
Well, who can say if that's his point?
Well, he is incorrect, right? Because you can, for example, change aspects of your secondary sex characteristics by taking hormone replacement therapy. And yes, it does change the body to where it looks more male-like or female-like, depending on what direction you're going. We know this for a fact. It's not a question as to whether or not that happens. You have to acknowledge the reality that is what happens. Aspects of gender and sex both change if you plan on transitioning.
Yeah, I acknowledge that that's possible, but you're still, from his point of view and from other Christians' point of view.
So it's not a lie. It's literally not a lie. And also, just FYI,
from their point of view,
do you think Andrew Wilson voted in Donald Trump?
I think he did, probably.
Okay, so he's made over 30,000 lies within his first presidency. Empirically, he has been found to have made over 30,000 lies. Do you think that Andrew Wilson gives a flying fuck about lying?
I think he does, but I think politics.
I don't think he does. I think he just comes down to he hates trans people and he's using lying as an excuse. I think he's just being a giant douchebag and he's just trying to actively ignore the difference between gender and sex. That's what I think is happening.
What if, so from the other side then, if you were on the other side and you were saying, I actually very, very much care for trans individuals. I just think that the solution is not, it's different than what you saying the solution is.
Okay, I'm waiting to hear it. Right? The basis of what I would offer is if somebody has gender dysphoria, that they go through gender affirming care. And that is what is the current evidence-based treatment. If you have an idea of a greater evidence-based treatment, then I'm all ears.
Yeah, I'd have to pull them up, but from the studies I saw, it was if you left it alone and didn't give them any gender affirming care, then it was like 90% of them just grew out of it and they were fine.
Hold on. You're talking about adolescence, right?
Yeah.
And just so you're aware, a psychologist is a part of gender affirming care.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So then this isn't an argument.
So then if
you're actually in agreement with the gender, if you say that, if you're in agreement with that 90% number, and I know where that study where that comes from, If you're in agreement, then you would be in favor of gender affirming care for minors, because there are minors
So if
that are
it's
questioning, and they don't just simply put them on hormone blockers. That's only specifically for people who have severe gender dysphoria. But if they do not possess
right.
gender dysphoria, but they possess an interest, then it is just simply affirming their gender. And and you're right, a majority of them do grow out of it.
So if it's just like if I said, okay, so we're not encouraging or propagandizing the surgeries or hormones
Yeah,
or
they don't
anything,
they
but
don't
if
apply
but if you
surgeries
consider
for minors. I think up until about 16 years old, where they apply mastectomies,
right,
but mastectomies exist not just for transgender youth, but as well as cisgendered youth. For example, you could have a boy who has gynecomastia who requires surgery to alleviate, as well as hormones to reduce breast growth.
I don't think that would be considered the same.
Nope, it is the same. It's gender affirming care.
Okay, so if you're saying that the therapy is considered gender affirming care, then I would say yes, I am for that. But when it comes to all the extra stuff, like the hormones and the surgeries, I would
Yeah,
say
hormones
no,
are only
I'm not.
hormone blockers are only applied when somebody has gender dysphoria and they need more time. Like they could be too young to make an active decision that they want to go on HRT. So what they'll do is that they'll give them a hormone blocker, which is relatively low risk. The risks are that they could have I believe there's a couple of risks. One is like a bone density loss, which is circumvented with a calcium vitamin.
Yeah.
And then the other one is that they could have have reproduction issues in the future.
Okay.
But this is a
So
discussion that is often made on behalf of with the mother, father involved, the doctor, not just the child demanding it.
yeah, so if look, you may want to skip this Matt Dillahunty one and go straight to the Craig one, because Craig
All right, but I'm gonna
presents
move
a
on
lot more.
because I'll be honest, I have enough of Andrew Wilson.
Okay. Well, so he presents a lot of arguments that were actually nice to listen to on the opposite side. But I think what it comes down to is if Andrew's whole point is there is an absolute truth, which is why I can say all these prescriptions, and Matt Dillahunty's or Craig's is there is no absolute truth, then the question is, how do you justify any of it as being real? And I think that was it.
Yeah,
and then I'll let you go.
That's just precept. Again, it's disproven because you can't have temporality outside space-time.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Talk to you later, man.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
That was John Smith. Anyway, wasted enough time on John Smith, I would say. Let's see what else we can come up with. By the way, if you guys have not, I am banned. Multiple spam attempts in chat? Why am I banned? Why am I banned? Multiple spam attempts in chat? Duration 30. Is it because I put in my... You can skip your ban and start using the site again right now by paying the small unban fee for $3.99. I got a duration of 32 minutes. Damn. I wanted to keep doing Emerald chat. All right, guess we got to move on. That's okay. That's okay. Let's see what I can find. You know what? Biodrug says, although a mender, I think you'd enjoy watching Candace Owens smoke Andrew Wilson in a debate about Kirk. So I did watch that debate, and I feel like when I was listening to it, that it felt like that it was like the blind leading the deaf. Like they both are just terrible. And like, I guess it's nice that Candace Owens, who is, by the way, completely batshit, able to just annihilate Andrew Wilson. That's great. I like that. It's just hard. It's hard for me to watch. Myrtle Beach Trump rally. All right, let's take a look here.
Donald Trump is putting America back like it needs to be. The ones that are trying to change America is not the America I was raised to know. And I want it to be like I was raised back in the 50s and 60s and 70s.
The 50s, 60s, there's segregation going on then.
Well,
bro, what are you? Bro. Let's see. Excadriller saying, "Oh, how did Candace Owens annihilate Andrew Wilson?" I thought that people really did not like Andrew Wilson in that debate. I'm almost positive that Candace Owens came, or at least most people got out of it that Candace Owens did better in that debate. I love how it's like only the right wingers saying, "How did Andrew Wilson lose?"
Still, I'm a Donald Trumper, and that's the way it is.
All right.
Of course
it
is. What an idiot. Let's turn it down. Resist Top says both vapid fart sniffers. Yo, true. Absolutely true. Isn't the left currently pushing for segregation? Where? John, where? Where is that happening?
So we were here outside the Trump rally in South Carolina. People are filing in.
Phone call. Phone call, phone call, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, I'm actually watching you right now. This is the first time I've seen you for, I actually seen a few of your debates. But I was talking about I think it's actually pretty cool that you just let people come in and call you debate you on practically any topic.
It's true. Can I get your name?
Yeah, it's Damien.
Damien. All right, Damien, what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, anything you want, really. But I did just hear you talk about the debate between Candace Owens and Andrew.
Yeah.
Candace did a lot of fallacies inside of that debate. I don't know if you caught that at all.
I'm sure. Candace isn't a debater.
Yeah, she's a nut job.
I agree.
Yeah,
I mean, if you think I like Candace Owens, I don't. I didn't like Andrew or Candace. I honestly, I couldn't finish it. I think I only got like an hour and a half through it. And I was just like, guys, I'm dying from cringe. I cannot
Yeah, a
continue.
good portion of it was just advertisements anyways, or just filibustering. But I mean, obviously I don't want to talk about this too much, but it's just oh, I think I lost you.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I see your mouth moving. Well, it depends by what you mean by winning the debate. What do you mean by that? Like rhetorically, or the actual?
I would say rhetorically. Like, obviously, I don't think that there is, because like in terms of, I don't think anybody ever cares like what the facts are. I'll be honest, when it comes to debate, I just think that like you just need to come off as convincing enough, and then people go, "Wow, I liked you."
Well, this is where where I have a problem with the distinction with people watching debates is that isn't the purpose of debate is to find the truth? Isn't that quite literally the purpose of debate?
Yeah,
so
I don't think it's. I don't think it's done.
Rhetoric?
I don't think it's done in a verbal communication.
Well, you could even say that with like even the scientific message, where people in the science literature would also accumulate debates. They're not talking about the rhetoric; they're always talking about the actual scientific evidence.
Yeah, I mean, again,
right, so
but they're not sitting there
showing.
They're not showing up to like a debate hall and then everybody changes their opinion on the basis of a debate hall. They're providing like a paper and evidence of that paper, and then they're discussing it from there. A lot of the times it's in writing where you can see what was the last person that said and who is bringing the goods, and that's what wins. But most people aren't scientifically minded, and they're not thinking about it in those terms. For example, my argument for trans people is quite cogent. And the science is on my side regarding trans people, from the trans sports argument to the, trans people in bathrooms, to trans people being accepted, to the existence of trans people from a hormonal level, to an endocrinological level, to a biological level, neurologically as well. But Andrew Wilson was sitting there doubting the existence of trans people in the debate. And let's be honest, right? Most people look at Andrew Wilson and say, Andrew Wilson won that debate against First Amender, despite the fact that there wasn't actually any substance.
Yeah, but even back to what you just said with the trans situation, let's just grant that you're correct. Like it was there. The scientists debated in order to find the truth within that. Yet when you're debating Andrew, you're trying to appeal to the mass to change their mind about that because you're trying to find the truth.
Well, I mean,
So
you're not gonna, just FYI, you're not going to
same-
find the truth listening to Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
Well, if there's a debate claim,
Candace
it could
Owens,
be,
Candace Owens
it could be
is
falsified.
was arguing that Charlie Kirk was murdered by the Mossad or whatever the fuck, right? And
Right.
it was just complete insanity. There's no evidence of that. And Andrew
Right.
Wilson was like that was
Well, that was I think that was the second half. The first half was just talking about the evidence that it was actually Tyler Robinson, which did you see it at all? The first
yeah,
half?
I did.
Right. So
I watched the
if
first
he had
half
a
and then I
shred of
couldn't-
evidence, like even
No,
a
Candace
teeny
doesn't
tiny
have
amount of
any evidence.
towards Tyler Robinson, wouldn't that all automatically be the defeat just because it was the other side had nothing, absolutely nothing?
I agree with you.
Yeah, so in the matter of truth, I would agree that rhetorically, yeah, Candace did. I mean, she got the clip, she got all of that, which I can't stand it. But like on
Why?
truth level, the actual debate.
Why does that bother you?
Oh, the clips where people would take Smith, like the whole
Are you an Andrew
7.
Wilson
What was
fan?
that? The 7 charges that he didn't know or something.
Are you an Andrew Wilson fan?
Yeah.
Oh no. Why do you like Andrew Wilson?
Well, to be fair, I watched a lot. I watched a lot of people. I actually watched you a few times. I don't think you did too bad.
Why do you like Andrew Wilson?
I don't know. That's relevant.
I want to know.
I
I don't understand his appeal. Like, listen, like I'll be honest.
Dudes.
Like Andrew Wilson, when I listen to him talk, I think, oh God, this guy really hates women. Oh God, he's like really, he's like really anti-LGBT.
No,
Like,
he doesn't.
oh
he
man,
doesn't
he's
hate
turning
women.
a lot of people like really extreme in favor of like a theocracy. Oh my God, he's actually a Christian nationalist that wants to like control people's bodies, like similar to like 1984. I'm like, dude, this guy's and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, this guy's a nightmare. This guy's is actually, if he ever got any power, he would be legitimately very dangerous to like a lot of people's existence, including my own. And so I don't see his appeal. So I'm curious, like, what is his appeal to you?
Well, I would just say that like certain things he's absolutely convinced me. I used to be very libertarian, very anti-authoritarian, and then I ended up actually being convinced about that.
So you're an authoritarian now?
Yeah, I would lean more authoritarianistic. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because it creates a power void. That's the issue. Like historically
creates a power
speaking, any
void?
form of power void will always end up having somebody. else come in.
Wait. But we have secular democracies that are some of the most successful ever. And there's no void. There is a power dynamic. There's the monopoly of force that is the government.
Right, but they're always.
But the government
seeking power.
also
Like,
doesn't
everybody's
lean.
seeking power.
The government doesn't force like its authoritarianism on you. It just ensures that people like lives the life that they want. At least this is the goal among most European countries.
Right, but they always gain the authority to promote their ideas. Even like gaining voting and things like this, there's always going to expand. Like the inevitability. Like even if it's the case that yes, it was all like with the will of their hearts or whatever. There always inevitably will be somebody who will do it with negativity of their heart or their goal, I would say. Especially like specifically with liberalism, it'd be very much a socialist that would likely, I mean, as we see it right now, but socialism would be a very good way of authoritarian filling up the void. It's always inevitable. No matter what ideology, there's always going to be inevitability of somebody getting into the void of power.
So you're saying that it's inevitable, but that doesn't really argue if it's right or wrong. You're just saying it's inevitable, which, by the way, there is no empirical evidence that shows that it is inevitable. You're just saying that. But even if I presume that you are 100% correct, that it will always be inevitable, that doesn't make it right.
Well, depends
like that we shouldn't.
By right.
Well, I mean, what would be an example? It's inevitable that everybody will fall down eventually. That's probably, you know, gravity is there. You know, the chances are in your favor within your lifetime, you're going to fall down. Does that mean, therefore, we should like force everybody down onto the ground and then they have to live their life on their knees from here on out? Like I'm saying you pointing out it is an inevitability does not say that we ought
it doesn't
strive
equate
for that.
to automatic authoritarianism. I understand. For what my belief system was always doing anything against any kind of authoritarianism at all. So very almost anarcho, you would say. Well, I wouldn't say anarcho, but
you're not anymore.
Like
it appears that you're very much in
libertarian.
favor of telling people what to do.
Well, it depends by what you mean by authority. Like I could also be like a full democratic leader that would have full control, or all states can have their own form of control over their people through liberalism or socialism.
Wait, so then would you be okay with a representative democracy?
No, I don't think so.
Then what are you arguing?
But okay. Well, so the idea is that because prior to this, I would always get into the mind of a slippery slope, which is I had no idea that was actually a fallacy. And it actually kind of broke the mind. Well, of course, there has to be some kind of authoritarian rule to be placed in existence, but how do you define which is the correct one? And that's where the argument comes in.
I disagree with that. And I've already explained to you. I said, you're presuming its existence by its own merit. And also, like, again, like I'm stuck on like there will always be an inevitability. That doesn't mean we ought to strive for it. In fact, I would want to resist it because have you ever read the book? Have you ever read 1984? I mean, it's kind of a meme, but seriously, have you read that book?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. There's like a lot of like awful things that I've seen.
I would consider that be the wrong authoritarian.
Well, but it, like, for example, Andrew Wilson wants to control, you know, LGBT people and said that he just wouldn't have LGBT people in his society.
Well, I'm not Andrew Wilson.
Hold on. But I asked, why do you like Andrew Wilson? And you said that there are certain things that have convinced you and that you used to be a libertarian. Now you're an authoritarian and now you're leaning more authoritarian and they gain authority to promote those ideas. And that there will always be the inevitability of authoritarianism, but that doesn't really argue why we should have authoritarianism. In fact, when I find that there's authoritarian nations, they actually do worse than secular democracies.
Okay. Well, you have to specify by what do you mean by authoritarianism.
Where would you rather live, the Netherlands or China?
Well, the Netherlands has a king.
The Netherlands has a parliament.
Well, sure, but they also have a constitutional monarch, which is actually pretty authoritarian.
The parliament, the king isn't the one making the decisions, though. It's the parliament, right? It's the EU as well. Those are the ones that are making the decision, and it is a democracy where people are deciding, and they let you live your life as you see fit. Whereas in China, they're monitoring every little thing that everybody is doing. They've got cameras on everybody. You've got a social credit score.
Yeah,
they put you
I
in
would
prison
consider
if
that to be
you
the wrong
are
authoritarian.
if you are found capable of wrong think, which is the 1984 term. I mean, which society would you rather live in? Like, let's be honest, the weed smoking prostitute one, and then with good food, or the one that has like a bunch of cameras around where you have a social credit score and then they put you in prison for wrong thing.
I mean, that's tough. I mean, that's kind of specific.
It's not tough though. It's
well,
really
well,
not
it, well, there's
like
different
I'm
dynamics.
gonna like I gotta tell you,
China
man,
is a
I would
faster
rather be
growing
a
economy.
pauper in the Netherlands than a rich man in China. I promise you that. Like I would be much better off in the Netherlands.
The reason
They
I
got.
have,
Did you know you could just go to like a store and you could just like buy weed and just sit there and enjoy it? Like no one is gonna stop you.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not.
Isn't that great?
I don't really have an opinion on weed.
Well, I don't
specifically,
really
but,
smoke that much weed either, but I'm saying it's the freedom of it. It's having the option where a government isn't the one telling you you're not allowed to put this in your body.
Sure. Okay.
It's up
but
to you.
So would you say, real quick, would you say that like you're more of a libertarian approach to a lot of things?
I see. The only instances where I would want more control is if there's a really good reason for it. I would need to know,
why?
like,
Right, but see how you have a really good reason for it.
yeah, well, so like a good example is, if somebody is, running around stealing everything, I mean, number one, I
Right,
would
but
want to
that would
create,
be
I would wonder what are the
authoritarian by definition.
socioeconomic, no, it wouldn't, right? Because number one, I
course
would
it
look
would
at the socioeconomic conditions that result in somebody wanting to steal. That's the first thing. And let's just presume that, not everybody is going to have bad socioeconomic conditions. Maybe they're just a sociopath. Maybe they just lack empathy. I'd be like, okay, well, maybe therapy might be necessary. And hey, maybe the most egregious, I'd be willing to put them in prison, but it's not there at the behest of wanting authoritarianism. It is there at the behest ensuring the general safety and freedom of other people. That's all.
Okay, I think what you're doing is that you're putting the position that I'm saying that I went full authoritarianism, like totalitarianism. That's
Hold
not.
on. I didn't put you in that position.
I was saying, okay.
You
so
yourself
I should
has said
specify.
that's your position. You went from being a libertarian, now you're an authoritarian.
Hold on,
Are you no longer an authoritarian? Maybe you're authoritarian light?
Real quick. Right. Well, the position that I was prior to Andrew Wilson was very libertarian to the point where I didn't want FDR or what can I think of it? The food FDA laws against gambling, laws against prostitution. I used to not believe any of these things, anything related to that. So it was like just because I was in the mindset of a slippery slope. So because he got rid of that, therefore I feel that, there are some authoritarianistic things that I'm for that you could even argue it's arbitrary, but it just changed my mind on that side. That's it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you probably want FDA laws now, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I'm in favor of the FDA laws. I don't think that makes me an authoritarian for saying that we should have safe food.
But that is authoritarianistic.
It's not. It's
Of course.
ensuring that people have safe food. It's not there for the
Right,
for the
but would you
purpose
say-
of it's not there for the purpose of control or power. It is there for the purpose to ensure that people don't get sick with the food that they presume is fine. That's all.
Sure, but you're in control. You're forcing people to do things that would be.
I mean, I would
authoritarianistic.
probably
Even
want
if
it to
it's
be
good or
like
bad, it's still
consolidated, but
authoritarianistic.
again, I just don't think it's authoritarian in practice.
Okay, well,
the
like,
purpose
if you
is
were
not
to- if you were to be
is not
laissez-faire.
for the purpose of control or authority. It is to ensure the safety of food.
Sure, but but just because it's authoritarianistic doesn't automatically.
And
the whole
also, I would have it
government
as
is authoritarianism.
a separate thing that would do it, as opposed to like I decide. I'd be like, hey, I would like scientists, maybe like a group of scientists, that virologists, people that are experts in their field, to be leading it, and then they would be the ones making decisions. But if you look right here, authoritarianism is the political system that concentrates power in a single leader or a small elite, rejecting political plurality, checks and balances, and citizen liberties. I'm literally arguing the exact opposite of that, right? It is not there to centralize control or create control. It is there to ensure that people have safe food to eat. That's it. And I'm willing to separate the powers to ensure that people don't get into control. I like the idea that we have checks and balances on power, right? Because it does lead to authoritarianism if you centralize it.
Sure, but well, it says it right there, citizen liberties. So if it's the case that there was no such thing as an FDA, no regulation on food,
it says here and,
that you
right,
would argue
so like
that
all of
putting
these,
government control in that would be against citizen liberties.
well, it says it would be all of these. So small elite, rejecting political plurality, checks and balances, and
you
citizen
just made my
liberties.
point for me.
What?
Well, you just said it was all of the above.
I said it's all of these, right? Because it says an and.
Yeah.
It's an and.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong about the frame of authoritarianism. Which definition is that, if you don't mind me asking?
I just pulled up this is from EBSCO, Government System Authoritarianism.
Okay, I see.
I'll go ahead and paste it in chat if you want
what would
it.
you consider something with just more authority and control? What would that be considered as?
A government that wants more authority and control, I would call it authoritarian. If they're centralizing it, especially.
Well, that would be the same thing. I don't understand.
No. Having an FDA just ensures the safety of food. It's not with the intent.
That's government control.
No, it's not with the intent of
yes,
control.
Of course it is.
It is intended to ensure that people do not eat that they do not eat foods that harm them. That's all. That's all it's doing.
Right, but is that government mandated?
It's not there specifically to punish people, be like, oh, we're in control, you're not in control. It's not that, right? It is also not centralizing all of that control into one location. I'm creating like a separate area where its explicit purpose is to ensure the safety of food. That's it.
Yeah, but,
it is not there to control people.
You're saying the reason is X. It's yeah, of course, but it's still, by your definition, what you just given me, is that it is still authoritarianistic. It's not authoritarianism.
It's not authoritarianism, nor is it authoritarianistic, whatever you want to call it.
Well,
it's not that.
It's like if under even a capitalist society, owning a police force is still a socialistic
authoritarian, but I'm saying ensuring the safety of food. Like, I don't know. What do you think about guardrails? Is that authoritarian?
If it's legally mandated, yes, it is authoritarianistic.
Okay, well, let's try it this way, right? So, what exactly, if I install a guardrail for some stairwells, I have specific laws that say that the guardrail needs to be above the average person's center of gravity. So that would be above their belly, right? By law, required to do that. This isn't intended to control construction companies. This is intended to ensure that people don't fall off stairs.
Right.
Right. I'm not there to control them. Do you understand? I'm just making society have less death.
You're controlling
I'm not.
The people that are blueprints of the building, the ones that have to gain the materials.
It's not with the intent to control them.
Pay for something like that.
It's the intent to ensure people don't die. That's it.
Well, what would happen if they don't?
I love it. You would look at a guardrail on a stairwell and gasp and say authoritarianism, and I say, wow, I'm really glad that we put that above the center of gravity so we don't have dead people and dead kids.
Okay, sure, but I'm saying that it's still authoritarianistic.
Yeah, I disagree.
Not ism.
I disagree. And istic, that also doesn't make any sense.
Done by the authority.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, would you say that under a capitalistic society, that even having a police force that's being mandated by the government to put in money done by the government, would that be a socialistic concept?
No.
Because it's not laissez-faire?
No.
It's not owned by the...
The answer is no. Capitalism doesn't actually say anything about police.
It's about having a...
Capitalism doesn't say anything about the absence or the creation of police. Capitalism argues for the private ownership of the means of production. That's what it is.
Right, but but they're not owning the police academy. That's done by the government.
But yeah, we're not talking about police though. We're talking about capitalism, which is just arguing the private ownership of the means of production.
But I'm not asking about capitalism. It's under capitalism. But would the police force itself?
The police force is irrelevant to capitalism. Capitalism is the private ownership of the means of production. Whether that is done through private militias or through police is completely irrelevant to the existence of capitalism.
So I think I could be wrong about this, but USPS, prior to USPS, it was privately owned. I think I could be wrong about that in a way, but even then, let's say hypothetically, it is privately owned. That would be capitalistic. But if it was to be taken over by government and be done through through the government or whatever, done by tax dollars and stuff, that would be a socialistic concept because it's being controlled by the means.
Nope.
How would it not?
It is not, because it is arguing, because the socialism is arguing the ownership of the means of production go from the private ruling class to the working class. Just because the government happens to control the contract, if they control the contract, that doesn't mean therefore the private ownership of the means of production is revoked. It is. It's a monetary amount that enables the U.S. Postal Service is through a series of contracts, actually. But yes, the U.S. Postal Service just offers a service that is where they make their money actually through their own products and services. It actually self pays for itself. But that doesn't mean, therefore, by having a U.S. Postal Service, that means that there cannot be a UPS or FedEx or any of these other companies that are entirely private. It does not revoke.
Right, but what would be the difference?
It does not revoke. It does not revoke the private ownership of the means of production model. It just simply has, yes, also the government can do this.
How is it not? The USPS isn't privatized
it's
at all.
It's owned by the government. That's fine.
Which would be.
It's not socialism. Something owned by the government is not socialism. It's not socialistic either.
How is that not socialistic?
Because it doesn't argue for the ownership of the means of production to be owned by the working class. Now, if the U.S. Postal Service changed their government definition to where now every worker receives a proceeds of the profits, okay, now we could talk about maybe it's somewhat similar to socialism, but it's still not arguing that you can't have the private ownership of the means of production. So I wouldn't even say that that's socialism, right? But maybe it's socialistic in that aspect.
The production or the control of the means of production.
I'm applying what the traditional understanding of socialism is, not
actual definition.
not the where people are uneducated on the topic and they say that it is when the government do a thing. That's not what socialism is, right? For example, and I like to bring up the Netherlands because it's such a good example. The Netherlands government does a crap ton of stuff. You still have the private ownership of the means of production. Do you have unions that are backed by the government? Yeah. Do you have, a subsidized healthcare system that ensures that everybody gets proper healthcare? Yeah. Does that mean that it is it does not allow the private ownership of the means of production? No, it allows the private ownership of the means of production. In fact, their health system is privatized. It's just heavily controlled by the government. But that does not mean that it is a workers' ownership model. It's not socialism. It's not socialistic. Government do a thing is not socialism.
Well, okay. Well, that's okay. Well, that's faulty. If there's a case, okay, if there is a steel manufacturing, you would agree that steel manufacturing can be privatized, correct?
Yes.
That would be under capitalism, or that would be capitalistic.
If it's a private ownership of the means of production, yes.
Mm-hmm. What would happen if the government took control?
If the government took control,
for the means of production,
it depends on how it's addressed. Is it being given to the workers, or is it being nationalized by the government, or do the private owners get a seek of the profits? That this would differ as to whether or not it's socialism.
Why?
Because socialism is the private ownership of is the public ownership of the means of production. The workers are the ones that garner the profits, not the person who owns the company. So if, for example,
Yeah, but it
the
could be
government
done by
comes in,
electoral.
hold
It
on,
could still
listen.
be
I mean, this
socialism.
happened in my
Yeah,
parents' country in Chile, where they nationalized the copper industry. But ultimately, the people that controlled the copper industry, they still got to keep their jobs. They still got the lion's share of the profit. So it was a private ownership model that had state control.
Yeah, but by that argument, then you would have to say the USSR weren't socialist, because the nomenclatura, they were the ones that received all the profits from the means of production.
No, they
not
they
socialist?
strived for socialism and making sure that the workers
No,
would
they
own
were
the means of
socialist.
production.
They
That
strived
they
for
would
communism.
that the workers were the one that would. Well, communism is where you have the classless, stateless, moneyless society.
Correct.
They could never get that. They never pulled
Right.
that off.
So what were
they
they?
strived for socialism.
What were they?
Which
If they
was
weren't
they
communists, what were
strived
they?
for socialism. It was an
They strived for
authoritarian
socialism,
socialistic
so they weren't socialism?
practice.
They weren't socialists then?
Yes, they were.
How can you strive for something if you are that?
I think like you can aspire to be something and then go for that. I mean, if somebody could argue, that like somebody could logically argue that that the USSR was never actually socialist because it never achieved its goals, that would actually be a valid argument. The problem that I have with that is that it comes off as, my bro, that wasn't real socialism. And so therefore, it doesn't count.
Right.
And I think it's like
that's the
really
thing, but,
cringy
like,
and kind of like,
so-
it's kind of like a vapid, response,
I mean,
to a legitimate
So-
critique. And
But the
so
idea
I
of
do,
socialism,
so
though-
I do call it was an attempt at socialism, at making the workers own the means of production, and that they would stop the private ownership model. Now, mind you, that never fully happened, but they did go for that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. So the definition of socialism would be the means of production, and it would be governmentally owned. So like even if there was one single dictator, how is it not? What's the definition of socialism?
The workers' ownership of the means of production. Have you not listened to me?
So it doesn't have to in the workers.
Yes,
Why does
it
have to be the
does.
workers?
It does.
No. It could no.
It does.
So if there was so in that case,
You're talking to
if
somebody that
that's
has
the
read
case-
multiple Marx books. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, but Marx was for communism, not socialism. Socialism was a later adaptation of this.
Socialism is supposed to be the transitionary process that exists between
Right.
communism and capitalism in order to remove class. In the classless, moneyless, stateless society, you must first change the ownership of the means of production for the private ruling class to the working class. That's socialism. I've read it. I know it.
Okay, so well let's just say if it was, but how would the workers be eligible to even have the means control of the production? If they elected a leader to do this, would that still be meaning that it's the
Yeah, that would be a different. I agree with you. That
How
is
is
a
it-
genuine
that
problem
makes no
because it
sense.
requires like a giant governmental system to transfer that. And I agree
Yeah,
with
but
you.
that
That's a
makes no
problem.
sense.
But you'll find that I'm not a socialist. I
all
don't argue for.
workers.
I'm a progressive. I argue for progressive policies, and I think that I don't think socialism would be possible realistically in our current state of affairs.
Socialism is literally impossible.
I mean, I'm
it
not.
would be
You'll find I'm
actually
not I'm not a socialist. I'm a progressive
Sure.
capitalist.
Sure, but you're also saying that the Soviet Union weren't socialist at all, and neither are other means of whatever. So if that's the case, then what are they? But even though you did say that they were socialists, what are they? You said that they were socialists.
I said that they were socialists. Yeah, they pushed for socialism.
But it's literally impossible. You just said it was literally impossible.
I agree. I don't know what is this.
So how can they be something that's literally impossible?
I mean, I think what ends up happening is under socialism, you have to transfer the ownership of the means of production from the private ruling class to the working class. But to do that, it requires a giant autocratic government that can enforce that. And then what happens is that you have a consolidation of power, and then they have no reason to get rid of that power. And so it creates an authoritarian
But
system.
that makes no sense. I'm
saying that that's what
they
happens.
Were socialists. They were socialists. They were striving for socialism, or they were social. Yeah, they were socialists. They were striving for socialism, but they also weren't socialists because socialism is impossible.
I don't know what you're.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that I'm willing to call them socialist because I think it's a vapid response to not say they didn't strive and therefore were socialist. Like I don't know. What's a good example? Do I call Nazis who want to get rid of all the brown people in the United States Nazis, despite the fact that they don't have any power to do so, nor ability to do so? Yeah, I would still call them that because that's what they believe.
Yeah, I forgot what that's called. I know what you're talking about. Like somebody can believe, like Donald Trump can be a feudalist, but like his belief is a feudalist, but his government position isn't feudalism, even if he tried proponing it. But that's irrelevant to what we're. I don't know if it's a category error, but
I mean, you were talking about authoritarianism. We got so far off track. You were talking about authoritarianism and how you like authoritarianism now, and you like Andrew Wilson, despite the fact that he wants to demand his authority over like half the population.
No, I never said that. But it came from the idea of a slippery slope constantly, where I didn't believe hardly little to no authority. Then I realized, like, well, some authoritarianistic ideals is actually good, like you stated, but there
just has to be a really good reason for it.
Authoritarianistic.
There just has to be a really good reason for it.
Right. So you are for authoritarianistic.
No.
If that's what we're arguing about, socialistic versus socialism. That's why I derailed into.
No.
Yeah.
We're going in circles. Do you got anything else?
I was keeping the same consistency of authoritarianistic, socialistic, authoritarianism, socialism, but you refuse the concept, and you've actually contradicted yourself.
I didn't contradict myself once, but
okay. You said Soviet Union were socialists. They were trying to be socialists, and socialism is impossible.
Well, it's good talking to you, buddy.
Aw, come on, man.
I don't know what else to tell you. We're going in circles.
Well, that's not a circle. I got you.
And then you said,
no, I got you at a stop.
First of all, this isn't a competition where it's like, oh, I'm right, you're right. No, like I want to understand your perspective, not like, oh, I got you, bro. Like, come on, man. I'm not. I'm discussing my perspective on this.
I'm not like that.
And like, well, you did not come off that way, did you? And I've already addressed this, and I've explained it maybe 3 or 4 times now, and you still want to go on about it. I don't know what else do you want.
Well, yeah, we got to the position where I was stating that certain authoritarianistic things can be good because of X, and I'm saying that you hold the same position, and then you were in the difference of like, well, that's not authoritarianistic because it doesn't meet the criteria, because you have to be authoritarianism, et cetera, et cetera. And I was using the Soviet Union as an example, as well as like USPS. Things like that.
I don't get it. It doesn't argue for the workers' ownership of the means of production at all.
Wait, say that again.
It doesn't argue for the workers' ownership of the means of production at all.
No. It's about the definition. You were refusing to say that anything.
This is the definition of socialism.
Because you're refusing. Not necessarily. You can like every government has nuance, of course. There's no government's 100% of whatever they are, whatever. And it's hard to decipher at what point do you call something, because it's a mix. It's a mix. Like the U.S. currently isn't really a capitalist. It's a mixed economy because there's
I mean, there's worker co-ops. There's lots of work. There's actually thousands of worker co-ops in the United States. That's where the workers own the means of production, technically.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right? It's not a private ownership model, right? Mining corporations, really good example. That's a worker co-op. Did you know that?
Yeah. And I would disagree with that concept. I'm a very free market kind of guy. Free enterprise.
Well, if you're a free enterprise kind of guy, then people should be able to voluntarily create worker co-ops.
Depends by what you mean.
Group of guys, they get together and they say, we're going to be the workers and we're going to garner the profits. And then they all agree.
No. Well, no, they're, to an extent, I mean, like, how do you mean by this? Like no pay towards the coal miners or just slave labor?
No, the profits get split up among the workers, and the workers are the decision makers through a democratic system.
Oh, well, I mean, Maybe I'm not too familiar with that. I don't know I'm not full.
That's socialism.
That'd be absurd.
That's literally that's actual socialism.
Sure, but I can but you can also it's government regulation. I can be a socialist in my own home. That doesn't mean that I'm for socialism.
I think you need to look up the definitions on these things instead of asking me all of the definitions of these things.
No, I'm just trying to clarify because it does get a lot of not used correctly.
Sit down and I'm telling you the correct usage of it. I've done a lot of reading on this, more than most people. I promise you that.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, but that's a thing because like I can still be a socialist in my own home. Doesn't mean I'm a socialist towards my government. I would have a free market enterprise to the most part, like what do you call it? Australian School of Economics with high tariffs, even though it's kind of against their whole philosophy.
Did you know that austerity? Actually, you know, we got to move. I got to move on. I got some people that are waiting. Okay. Appreciate your call.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
Now, I wanted to bring up austerity and how austerity has actually resulted in the deflation of economies. But it looks like that we've got Ben Thorpe who wants to have a discussion. Ben Thorpe is in the waiting room. So we're going to bring him in. Ben Thorpe and or Gracie Thorpe.
Hello.
Hello. What would you like to talk about, Gracie and Ben?
We wanted to try we share and have known Andrew Wilson very well for several years. We share your confusion as to how anyone could find anything appealing about him. I really have found it incredibly puzzling that anyone could back this guy because he's sort of the definition of a bad faith actor. Flips positions.
I wouldn't even say bad faith. He's nasty. Nasty. He's very hateful to a lot of a whole group of people. I would say if you're not like a white Christian, specifically Eastern Orthodox, cisgendered male, he's got a bone to pick with you. And there's a group of guys that they're willing to, placate or even enjoy that.
Yes.
I don't see the appeal.
I come close to a lot of those adjectives.
I'll let you talk while I'm getting a drink, but I can hear you, by the way. Just FYI.
Okay. I'm Catholic, not Eastern Orthodox, but I share the same kind of repugnancy. And here's my theory. I think what's going on here is there are a lot of people who are on this right wing who are closeted. I wouldn't say exactly gay, but like kind of leaning that way, but also deeply homophobic. And I think that's the demographic. Because I think a genuinely masculine man is not going to have these sort of fears of other.
Yeah. And also this hatred of women. Like this.
And the misogyny also. Yeah.
Blatant misogyny. You don't even see it anymore.
And
it's ridiculous.
And so
I think it's like the whatever podcast where it's like they're so denigrating to women. It makes me, anytime I hear him like talking to the women, the way he talks to women, it makes me genuinely sick to my stomach.
But on the other hand, it's like, well, I mean, who cares? He's a douchebag, right? It's just if he was just a douchebag, you'd go like, okay, well, you're never going to get laid. But the fact that there are tons of people who dogpile, and so do you agree that there's a kind of, I don't know, I'm just speculating. I'm not asking you to like. Could it be a kind of repressed homosexuality that is active here? That's a kind of, in other words, sort of almost a self-loathing that you project onto others.
Yeah.
I mean that's very common. I don't
Yes.
know if that is the case with Andrew Wilson.
Well,
I
I'll
don't
give
have
you a
any
hint.
indication.
There
that-
is a clip. There is a clip of Andrew where he says that if men and women, neither of them could get plastic surgery or wear makeup, that men are more attractive than women, like just straight physical beauty. I don't think he realized what he was saying when he said that, but
Yeah, if
I
you
do think it leaks out sometimes.
if you hate women, you're not going to want to have sex with women. You're going to want to have sex with people who are better than women, which would be guys, right? I mean, there's a sort of straight logic there. But then I think instead of just saying like, okay, let me go ahead in that
the
direction.
straightest
I
move
think-
possible.
Well, I think it's
how
there is
can I
there is
feminize
there's
with all of these women? I better
There-
fuck
I
other
think there's a
men.
little-
I'm sorry.
I think there's a I don't know. I think there's a strong aspect in gay culture of hyper masculinity, right? So like the cop, the police officer fantasy. I think there's a fair amount of homosexuality in the army, in the military, in police, right? And there's a kind of hyper violent aspect of it. I'm not saying it's all of it, but I think we tend to think of gay culture as soft and RuPaul and effeminate and those kind of things. But I wonder if these guys could just embrace a kind of hyper masculine homosexuality, whether in some sense they could resolve these issues, because they come right to the brink of it, and then there's this massive fear of seeming gay.
Yeah. Right.
Which
also just straight up hetero guys are not massively afraid of seeming gay.
yeah, like I would say that I'm hetero, though people say I'm gay. I find it more masculine for a man to say I'm gay, I'm openly gay, than to be super worried about seeming gay. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I feel like we're more bros than the guy who's like constantly worried about seeming gay.
I feel like
It's
that's
just
most guys. Though.
unmasculine.
Most guys have an intense, if they are perceived that way, they will do everything that they can to avoid. Oh, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. They'll put their hands up and
Yeah.
they're like, no, I'm not like that.
Right, but do you think, like, say, for example, and I know that there's stereotypes. So we were recently traveling, and I saw some European, people just interacting, Italians. They didn't seem to have this, just like this kind of repressed American kind of ethos about touching, and even like it just seemed like they were more at home with their bodies and not as worried about this. But you see, I do think it's American boys that are brought up with this like extreme masculine ideal that they can't live up to, and then there's all this concern. I think a lot of young guys spend a lot of time making sure they don't seem gay.
Mhm.
And that's more than even in my generation, when like in New England the F slur was we just said it constantly, but we didn't really have much like open homosexuality. And then when it emerged, I think there became this big concern, like for some guys to not appear this way. And I wonder if that's at the root of all this, because I get the sense that someone likes Andrew Wilson because he feels like Andrew Wilson is the man I'm not. You know what I mean? Like he'll be the asshole.
I've always thought
that
because like
I
you are
wanna
a
be.
Catholic, you would empathize, or I don't know, maybe you would have similar views to Andrew Wilson because he's
Yeah.
I mean, I know there was like
You
the
would
great
think.
schism, and I'm not intending to get into that discussion.
No. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
I'm a
surprised that
white-
you don't
yeah.
like Andrew Wilson despite you being a Catholic.
I can't stand him. Because especially as a Christian, I feel like it's such a terrible, almost cartoonish representation of Christianity.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so patently uncharitable. Like
I do
Jesus
think it
wouldn't
makes
have one.
I do think it
second
makes
of
like
patience for this.
ordinary Christians. I think it does make ordinary Christians look bad.
Yeah, it's almost like
Yeah.
I'm not into these conspiracy. It's almost as if the left dreamt up the worst cartoon version of asshole Christian. You know what I mean? You'd like, bring, there's Andrew Wilson,
You
right?
couldn't
Just
do it,
being
like-
utterly uncharitable,
Yeah.
complete asshole, authoritarian, and everything else. Which,
It's like an SNL skit. SNL wouldn't even write someone like this. They'd be like, okay, that's too extreme. Like, there's nobody
right,
who's
it's
actually
sort of
like this.
unrealistic character. that like lo and behold,
he does come off like if he was like on SNL in the 90s just being himself, I think they would look at it, they would like laugh at this guy because he's just like he's so like it's almost cartoonishly like evil person.
Right,
you know?
right. Like a blowhard
Yeah.
asshole, all aggression, no thoughtfulness, no reflectiveness.
And like say like that
doubling
women
down.
don't deserve to vote. Like that he believes that it should be like a household vote, and so therefore the man should be the decider. How do you feel about
But
that?
even that he flipped on when he was in a social circumstance in which that wasn't going to seem cool.
Yeah, he said on Piers Morgan.
He's a weasel on top of
he's-
it. At least
Yes.
be consistently an asshole. But he just weasels. Like I had a debate with Andrew Wilson about conspiracy theories. He took the side of conspiracy theories. Now with Candace Owens, he's taking the view that conspiracy theories are wacko.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, how, like, at least if you were consistent in some way, just as a human being, you'd say, okay, I can respect at least that. But he's also a flip-flopper.
Yeah.
Everything that, liberals are accused of.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I can understand the appeal.
I can't even understand. I've asked so many people this. What are you even a fan of? He does not have defined beliefs. Try to name one thing. You say women voting. He said on Piers Morgan, I have no problem with women voting. He said that. So how can you say that that's a belief he holds? But I guess you could say, well, he secretly with his fan base doesn't think women should vote. But in public, he'll just lie. Okay, but then you're a fan of a liar?
But he's also like the biggest anti-feminist. And yet, if you look at his family history and his dynamic with his wife, he's an ultra-feminist. She wears the pants in the family. She power lifts. She runs machine gun training.
And
no,
she
she
wrote-
doesn't.
I think
really?
is fine. I think is fine. It's just
Does she
totally
really?
inconsistent with this idea.
Yes,
absolutely.
She powerlifts, she trains women on how to use guns, and she wrote a book and considers herself an author and historian, which is absolute bullshit.
Which I think is fine.
Did you know I read her book?
I have her book.
In preparation
Yeah.
for her debate, I read her book. And
Yeah.
It's a race.
I don't really understand like the anti-feminist like saying that it is Satanism, because like she goes she'll skip forward 700 years. Like there's like no like connection between like the god of some like pagan, society that would have existed in like Celtic, kind of like, in the forests of Europe, to, an Egyptian goddess. I'm like, dude, this is separated by some, 2,000 years. Egypt had fallen by the time that Rome was in existence. And it's like, that's where you would have seen, a Celtic goddess or whatever. And it's like, how are you pairing, something that happened in like, 3000 BC to something that happens in 700 AD. And then you go from 700 AD to like 1600 AD, and then 1600 AD all the way to like the 1700s with like Mary Wollstonecraft. And have you ever read Mary Wollstonecraft's book? Any of her books?
I have.
She's got the book of Vindication of the Rights of Women, and she basically argues like a Lockean concept of freedom, and she bases that women ought to have the same rights as men under the basis that women are bestowed by God reason. And because they are capable of reason, therefore they should have the same rights as men. And she has this, whole bunch of reasons why, but I'm trying to like, consolidate it to that. And it makes me go, she believes in a single creator. Now, she was a deist, but she was, in all intents and purposes, a Christian. And she's sitting there trying to explain. She even references Mary Wollstonecraft, saying that they are of the occult. Her argument is that the feminism is of the occult. And I don't understand how you could understand and read Mary Wollstonecraft's positions and then say it is the occult. She's a Christian. It doesn't make any sense.
I think that if you submitted Rachel's work to a history department or someone who
They would,
publishes
yeah,
history,
they would laugh you out of the
they would
out of the
kill
building.
it.
They would laugh you out
just
of the
go,
building.
This is garbage.
It's like,
It
this is
doesn't
total
in any way.
nonsense.
This isn't how we do history. You can try to make an argument like this, but first of all, you have to be. I mean, I don't even think she went. She brags she didn't go to college. She's never taken so much as a 101 history class, which I'm not
I
saying
can tell.
you absolutely have to.
If you read the book, you could tell.
It's not
Yeah,
a
it's like
book, it's a pamphlet. It's like
Yeah, it's
the
like this
size of
little
a
tiny
notepad.
eensy beensy book, right? It's like
I
and
mean,
there are elements of like the Lilith story and things that if at various points feminists picked up on and had a certain, but you have to put that into context. Is this the major thing that was going on?
Now, can you guys
and-
give
and-
me a quick second? I just need to go AFK for just a moment. But can you guys just hang on give me like 5 minutes and I'll be right back.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Hold on. I'm just going to mute myself. Just hang tight. And guys, if you guys have not hit liked and subscribe on this so far, if you guys like this kind of content, do hit that like button, hit that subscribe. I will be right back. I'm just going to put on some music, let that play. Hang tight. I'll be right back. More to come. All right. We back, baby. And we're back. All right. Go ahead. Sorry. Gracie and Ben, are you there? You guys are muted. You have to unmute yourself. Gracie and Ben, you are muted. You are muted. They're away. Let's see. Are we still banned from Emerald Chat? Okay, we are no longer banned from Emerald Chat. We just have to remember not to spam our YouTube channel. First Amender, your dislike of Andrew Wilson made you completely forget that you're supposed to be at odds with Ben for most of the things you debate about. What? I don't even understand what that sentence means. How the fuck did you get banned? Oh, yeah, I got banned because I was promoting my stuff. I guess I'm not supposed to do that. I mean, listen, I'm a rule follower. I'll follow the rules if you need me to. I will. It looks like Gracie and Ben are currently away. I'm going to give them like a minute or two. And if they don't return, then we're going to move on. Let's see. Witch says the Muslims banned you. It's funny. Rainbow Ash says, I do not celebrate Christmas. You know, I actually do celebrate Christmas, but mostly because it's like a family gathering / give gifts holiday. I don't really throw the spirituality in it. It's just like a fun thing to do with the family. And if you've got some money to spend on people, then that's great. All right, well, I'm going to drag them down if I don't get anything. I thought that they were going to be here. I think they're gone. I don't know where they went off. All right, I gave them a couple of minutes. I think that's charitable enough. Biodrug says, did you see the Professor Dave hit piece on Destiny? Yes, I absolutely loved it. I watched both of them. They were incredible. Everybody should watch that. I'm going to move Gracie and Ben Thorpe down to the bottom, and we're going to move it from there, right? Because I tell you what, they'll talk about 12 different subjects. So we're going to move on. If the fact that they were not here by the time that I was here. So we got to keep the show moving. So let's get going. Smitty the 12th says gay. Yes. All right. Let's see here. Let's see what we get. Oh, what do we get? Nope. This user has a negative karma score. Next. Hello. Darn, nothing. Hello. Next. Nope. Next. Connecting to switch. Hello. No. Hello? 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 Nothing. Next. Next. Black Porg. Next. Hello. No. Nothing. Let's keep going. Searching, searching, searching. Stop. Find a match. Stop. Hello. Nothing. Next. Hello? Nothing. Searching. Hello. Nothing. Hello? Hello? Nope. Rainbow Ash said, Jesus also never said, do not do slavery. That's true. Black Salad says, hi. No mic, and I don't see their camera. I got to skip if you can't put on your camera and talk to me. Yeah, we're going to skip. Nope. Hello? Nope. Nope. That guy looked really sweaty. Man, that guy looked sweaty. Nope. No penises yet, though. Hello. Just a lot of just strange faces of people that look really bored on their computer. Hello? Nothing. Bruh. This is brutal. Hello? leaving. Hello? Dude, you're like 12. What the fuck? Hello?
Hello.
Dude, you sound 12. What the fuck? Hello? No. Oh, Ben Thorpe says we're back in the waiting room. Okay, we'll drag him back up. Oh. Oh boy. Nope. That's a penis. There you go. I've seen 5 penises. All right, hold on. Welcome back.
Hello.
All right, how you doing?
Sorry.
What happened? You guys went to go get a smoke or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
Caught.
All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna switch it up to where I can see Discord. Let me see. Where's my Discord? Give me a moment. If a Discord will work with me. Really? Do I not have Discord? There's a Discord overlay, but no Discord. Really? I had to have had Discord. Oh, whatever. Let's just make a new window here. Give me a moment.
Sure.
Yeah, no worries.
Window capture. It's going to be...
Oh, it's right here.
Discord. Do 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 do. And we're just gonna do 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 do, and then do do, and then do 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 do. Okay, then do 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 do. Okay, look at that. Look how fancy I am. I'm so fancy. Just kidding. I know what I'm doing. I think. All right. We're gonna call this one. What do we call it? Rename it to Discord 5 because probably it's somewhere. No, don't remove it. Rename it. Rename. It's going to be called Discord dash. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. As long as nobody else joins, we should be all right. Okay.
Okay.
We wanted to continue.
Yeah, I wanted to say I think you have something a little bit wrong about Andrew Wilson. Because I heard you say like, oh, to the other guy who was a fan of him, like, oh, if he gets power, like he's gonna, like he wants to hurt people, like he's gonna hurt people. He really believes this stuff. I don't think you're right about that. I think he is a grifter, and I think to understand his motivations, it's not political, I guess is what I'm saying. He's motivated more for psychological reasons than political. He's not some kind of guy who actually wants to enforce this worldview. He doesn't care about that, I don't think. Like he doesn't actually care if women vote or not. I don't think he actually cares.
But actually, that's true of Trump too. I think that he doesn't really care about anything. He just wants power for its own sake.
I mean, if he has some underlying psychological motivation, like gay people shouldn't be getting married, then how am I to presume that he would or would not, I guess, do the action? Like considering if he had the power.
Well, first of all, he'll never get that power ever. I mean,
I'm
is
not asking.
a joke
I probably,
internet debate, bro. But
probably not.
I think we
but
both
what
agree
if
about
he
that.
did? If he did have the power, how am I to presume that he would or would not do the act? He's clearly very passionate about it. He debates it all the time.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying, the reason he's the reason that he is appealing is not because he personally is appealing. He taps into something that's out there in a lot of especially alienated males, I think, who yearn for conservatism but are not themselves Like they fantasize about traditional masculinity, but they're not masculine. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't experience like stable masculinity. So
See,
these are
like,
the same type of guys that might
when I hear him
go get a
talk-
Harley Davidson.
When I
You
hear
know?
him talk, I think it comes off as hatred, like a deep-seated hatred towards people that are not like you. And
Yeah, but
I
isn't it
just don't.
because
I
they
just
are
I don't.
like you?
I'm saying I just don't see it. I don't see
Yeah, I
the
hear it.
appeal of just this intense negativity.
Because isn't the negativity okay? So isn't this what you fear that you would be? Like, for example, the Pulse shooter. Remember that in Orlando? He
I don't
himself was-
fear that I would be. Are you saying like my fear or?
No, I'm saying, remember the Pulse shooter in Orlando? I think the idea was,
Yeah.
this was a deeply closeted Muslim who frequented Pulse, right? So like an ordinary, I would say
Did he
normal
really?
heterosexual man.
He was like a Muslim that frequented Pulse?
Yeah, I think he was conflicted, right? Because Islam is deeply maybe homophobic or whatever his branch of it was. But the fact of the matter is he had been seen there a bunch of times before.
Let me pull.
So,
let me
I
pull
think
it
that's
up.
the
I'm
most
actually-
dangerous type of person.
I'm actually not sure, and I apologize. I'm going to be using
Sure.
some AI overview because it's just easier
Sure.
to go about it that way.
Also, you know what's also true about
Um,
that guy though is that he had an arranged marriage, and this is rare, like in Muslim
Yeah.
families. But he was so abusive to his wife that her parents actually removed her from the situation.
Yeah,
Like they
let's-
had to
yeah,
step in.
Let me take a look here. So this is Omar Mateen, who is the perpetrator of the 2016 nightclub massacre in Orlando, and there's an extensive record of what he was like before the attack. So, it's messier from. Okay, anyway. He's 29. He was born in New York to Afghan immigrant parents, lived in Florida since childhood. He worked as a security guard from 2007 until the shooting and had aspirations of becoming a police officer. He was licensed to carry firearms and had no criminal record. So people who knew him described him in very different ways. So at his mosque, he was reportedly quiet, withdrawn, and not particularly social. The imam said that he would pray and leave without interacting much with people. Some coworkers and acquaintances described him as angry, volatile, and prone to making disturbing comments. His first wife described him as extremely controlling and physically abusive. She said that his temper could change suddenly and that he became violent toward her. He was interested in bodybuilding and projecting a fairly traditionally masculine image. He had a young son. Oh man, that's sad, dude. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if your dad was the freaking Pulse shooter? Holy crap, dude. At least according to people at his mosque, appeared to be a devout father. One particularly disturbing incident happened when he was training for a career in law enforcement. He reportedly asked another student whether he would report him if he brought a gun to campus. He was subsequently removed from the program. He had already attracted FBI attention. In 2013, coworker reported Mateen had made statements claiming connections to terrorist organizations. The FBI interviewed him twice and investigated him for roughly 10 months, but still could not substantiate the allegations. Then in 2014, investigators looked at him because of his contact with Moner Abul Salha, a Florida-born American who became a suicide bomber in Syria. Again, the FBI found no significant connection. So there was a pattern of extremist statements, investigation, insufficient evidence, and then investigation closed. Okay, sexuality. So this is what you guys were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Numerous people claim that Mateen visited Pulse before the massacre, and some men claim to have interacted with him on gay dating apps. There were reports that he had expressed interest in men. At the same time, there was a lot of contradictory reporting. The FBI investigated the claim, saying that he found no evidence supporting the idea that he had gay lovers or was communicating through gay and dating apps. So I would not state as a fact that Mateen was secretly gay or bisexual. What is reasonably well established that he had complicated relationship with homosexuality and that he was capable of expressing significant hostility towards gay people. His father, for example, said Mateen became extremely angry after seeing two men kissing in Miami shortly before the attack. Okay. And so religious radicalization. Okay. Well, anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I know it's not like a slam dunk, but it looks like there was an issue of, you know, it was complicated. You both want to be, you feel gay, but you also feel like it's super wrong for me to be gay. And like, I think that is the like seedbed of like massive violence. I think that's very true. I think a lot of men who feel emasculated, just in general, I'm not talking about sexuality. A lot of men who feel emasculated lash out violently. Men who feel at home in their masculinity rarely do that. You know, I mean,
yeah.
It's like this. You know, when they interview people who've been to war, they rarely say it's so cool, it's so great to kill people.
I mean,
they're like it's
if
the
you have,
last thing I want to see.
It's not true with all men, but you know, if men have too much testosterone, they can react in an emotional way, which is to be aggressive.
No, but the point is, I mean, this would be true of any human being. If you're comfortable with who you are, you're less likely to lash out at people. But if you're uncomfortable with who you are and you see someone else doing what you secretly are afraid that you are, then you're more likely to lash out.
I don't think it's one thing. I think it's like probably like it could be your socioeconomic status. It could be, you know,
Sure,
your
it
own
could be any
mortality is being
factor
put into
like that.
question. Maybe somebody
but-
said
oh, yeah,
something that made you very angry. You know,
True. But this, like, what we're talking about is projection here. Like, this is clearly visible in Rachel Wilson. Her mother was a staunch feminist. She hates feminists, right? And yet she acts a lot like a feminist, like a masculine woman who is attempting to achieve
well,
traditionally
feminists aren't necessarily masculine. It just, they just.
Well, even the stereotype.
I'm saying powerlifting,
AK
shooting guns,
47
writing
shooting.
books. Yeah, like those are traditionally masculine things, intellectual and physical achievements.
She wants to show like, hey, you know, I you know, it's a pick me. It's a pick me. It's like, I'm one of the guys. See, and I, you know, I don't mind.
I don't disagree.
You know, I don't mind being punched in the face.
Conflicts with her, but that conflicts with her feminism.
Well,
her
it's also-
anti-feminism.
you can be a self-loathing Jew. You can be a self-loathing man. You can be a self-loathing woman.
Yeah.
All these things. These are problems.
Right.
Grace just debated Pearl. You know, only pearly things. Like and her prompt was, women are not nurturing.
Okay, I don't understand the context to this question, but somebody had just donated $2 through the super chat. Thank you very much, Pufferfish Based, saying, ask them whether Lalo is similar to the shooter. What is
Actually, yes.
What are they referring
Lalo
to there?
Lalo is a Mexican, well, not from Mexico, but he's a Mexican guy who we've met up with and done like a bunch of IRL stuff with.
He's interesting because he's like Nick Fuentes on crack. He's a Mexican white supremacist, though he's 100% Mexican.
Yes.
So there you have one sort of conundrum, right? He'll openly say,
strange,
I want my kids to be as white as possible.
Yeah.
He's also has a lot of the affectations of a gay man, which I'm not saying that you always see, but like the traditional, and yet he's adamantly homophobic.
Yeah.
And we had once persuaded him when we were in West Hollywood to go out with us. And it was interesting because the same thing, he's in that's a gay area in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Okay. I went there and I was like, that's interesting. It's fascinating. You get the leather boys, the this, the that. He stayed up for 8 hours yelling and was like out of his mind, even though nothing happened. And we were only there for about an hour. He was fantasizing about murdering someone. It was like very similar to this guy's reaction of seeing two men kiss. And
that's true.
I was like, well, that's something is going on there. That's not just, it's not just like normal.
Yeah.
Like, this is unfamiliar to me. This is like something's pushing a button in you. Because for me, it was like, let's go to sleep. And I couldn't even sleep the whole night because he's just sitting there screaming. And I said, I think this came from that experience. It might be good for you to reflect on that experience. And he's just like, no way.
But he was very angry. So the answer to the question is yes. Yeah,
I see.
definitely.
Similar. I had a similar feeling when I was reading Hitler's Mein Kampf. And before you ask, like, why were you reading Hitler's Mein Kampf? It's because I like to read things that I fundamentally disagree with, so that way I understand the opposing perspective, and just to ensure,
really good.
Is there anything that I missed? I'm staunchly very, very like progressive, but I've sat down, I've read Ron DeSantis's book. I've read, what was that one lady? I'm trying to remember her name. South Dakota. She ran in South Dakota. I'm trying to remember her name. What was her name?
Yeah,
she shot the dog. She shot Christy No. Christy No. Yeah, I read her book as well. I should have known that quicker. I'm bad with names. Anyway, I read Hitler's Mein Kampf, and that book, it has multiple, it goes on for several pages talking about how beautiful these Aryan, golden-haired, blue-eyed soldiers were with chiseled chins, and I'm just like, just page after page of this, like describing these gorgeous men, and I'm like, there's a little bi in this guy, isn't there? Like some repressed that he had to have just been like, he never acted on it, but he thought it. I think that's probably true. Because
I think it's well known historically that there was a fairly strong, like I would say, hyper masculine homosexual culture among the elites, which makes perfect sense because they did. If you watch the propaganda films, it is almost like, like a kind of pornography of the Nordic male. Which I am a Nordic male, and I find it creepy. Like, what the hell? Like, I mean, but I do think that still exists today. I think Hitler lost the war, but he won in a sense the fashion war that like blonde hair is better than black hair.
True.
I mean, I still think you see this in almost every culture. This kind of way in which like there's this Nordic and my people come from there. I don't get it. I think like whatever. A lot of them are. I don't think Nordics are more attractive or less attractive than anyone else. But
I mean, you guys were saying earlier, like
despite the Norway shirt.
You know what? I don't want to talk about Andrew Wilson. I just realized because I had here in my notes, like you guys are saying that they're just a grifter. That they're motivated for psychological reasons. That's what I have.
Well, what I was trying to say was that I feel like you I think in good faith care about politics and stuff like that. I think I'm just saying I think you're taking him at face value and saying he really cares about what he's promoting, and I just think you're wrong because he flip-flops all the time.
What I'm wondering is could the I don't really think there's such a thing as an LGBT community in any kind of real sense, but maybe in some sense. Instead of seeing these people as your enemy, perhaps you could see them as misguided members of your community who are really doing something which has nothing to do with politics, but trying to work out their own sexuality. And you know what I mean? Like that you could be more of a, I was hoping that when we took Lalo out to WeHo, he could actually maybe explore whether in some sense folks who are gay could help him to make sense of himself. Do you know what I mean?
I think so.
He's a right-wing operative. Like he's a guy who's doing all this crazy stuff. And I don't think it has anything to do with politics. I think it has to do with not understanding oneself, because I'm not a big LGBT promoter. Like I don't believe that I mean, I think there are problems, but whatever. I'm a Catholic, but I do think no matter where you have to start with where you're at and be honest. If you're basically dishonest about yourself, I think that's very dangerous, and I see it so much on the right.
What is dangerous?
I think it's very dangerous if, for example, you have unresolved homosexual tendencies, let's say, because I don't think there's just a binary gay, straight. But if you have these kind of tendencies, I think it can be very dangerous for you not to deal with them, because you're going to tend to project that tension onto others in a way which can lead to massive
would
violence.
you argue
and
then
all the things you're talking about
for LGBT, I guess, liberation then, so that way people can deal with those issues?
Yeah, like, so I wasn't in WeHo to shut WeHo down or to say like we need to have
what is WeHo?
Raids here. WeHo is West Hollywood. It's like the gay like section of LA. It's
are
like
you in you're in West Hollywood?
No. We were just visiting.
Okay, all right.
But
I'm just like,
isn't
I
that
shit expensive? I can't afford that.
we were just streaming, so we weren't actually even going. We were just streaming. It's a fascinating culture. As streamers, it's like, it's interesting to be in a different culture. So it was so I mean, whatever you want to, I think you can have a view that homosexuality is, like, I know we've had this conversation before, is not optimal, without saying like it doesn't make me angry. Why would it make me angry? Like, you can have a moderate position.
Well, I mean, I think like here's the moderate position is like, here's the thing, like in my, I don't know, secular humanist world, I would ensure that there would be, I would extend the Civil Rights Act where you cannot discriminate people based on, their sexual identity. So that would include trans people. It would include gay people, all of that. Like nobody, like for example, if somebody came out as trans at the job, you can't fire them simply for being trans. You have to,
isn't that already true?
Accommodate that. Somewhat. It's not exactly there. It's differs by state, and there are certain states that actually are in favor of the active discrimination of trans people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think it depends on the circumstance. And I think it depends also on how well you pull it off. If you just look like a freak, if you're not really doing a good job, I don't know that.
Well, to be fair, right?
HRT,
I don't know if you've ever observed, like within like the first year of HRT, you look weird. You look really.
I don't know what HRT. Oh, okay. HRT.
Hormone replacement therapy, right? On the first year of HRT, you look like something in between, but that makes sense, right? Because what you're doing is you're suppressing, the hormone that you're born with, and then you're replacing it with the other hormone to be more of the, your preferred sexual identity. And, within a year, it does look strange, right? Because there's something going on there that's like, what is that? But by year 2, it's really hard to tell. It really gets to the point where it's like, that's a man, that's a woman. Like, it's impossible. Like I could show you like pre and post, like 2-year HRT, like what it looks like.
Well, we've seen like passing trans people.
Yeah. I don't think really anyone has a problem with someone who's passing, who's not, kind of trying to draw attention to this, make a big deal of it or whatever. But I mean, I don't know how you feel. Like, if I owned a bar, I think I can discriminate and say, I'm going to hire a beautiful young bartender over an old hag of a woman or an old dude. And I think that sort of applies here.
Here, I could pull it up as just an example. I mean, this is just the first one that I pulled up. I don't know if you see my stream live. Do you see it?
Yeah.
But you could see, like, I am not going to be able to clock that girl on the right. I would not be able to. I would look at them and be like, that's a woman. I wouldn't think twice. I would just be like, hello. And then that would be it. Like, I wouldn't think that they're trans. That's the same person, by the way. Look at the fat placement. I mean, just a completely different person.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing that, like,
look at the
some
size
trans people pass.
No, I'm saying like that's what 2 years of HRT does. And here's the other thing that's really crazy is that it has a bit of a survivorship bias problem where we're actually not even aware how many trans people actually pass, as opposed to like trans people where you could tell that they're trans. Like how, because when you see a trans person that passes, they would just be whatever that gender that they went for. That
But
you
I
would
don't
not
think
know.
I don't think psychologically every trans person's aim is to pass. I don't actually think
Really?
that's the goal. I
Oh
don't
no,
think
you're
so.
wrong. No, you're. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
think that's
what
wrong.
you've seen that there are guys who will have like facial hair. I mean, trans women. Okay, I'm not trying to be like transphobic or whatever. I'm just saying there are physical males who will have like beards and dresses, and they won't bother to shave. Not beards, but like they won't bother to
No
shave, and they'll
beards. There
have.
was a guy
I
out
think
here
that
who had a
there's.
beard.
I
Yeah.
mean, I think that there
whatever
is
that
a.
is.
Those people do exist.
If I had to guess, I'm just going to be honest with you. I think like maybe this person does exist, but I think a lot of the times, I think you're looking at a caricature of somebody who's making fun of trans people, because trans
No,
people,
no.
the goal of a trans person is that they, their sex is one thing, and they want to change their external as well as, their external gender identity to match their internal gender identity. And if there's something that is incongruent with that external gender identity, they will do what they can to avoid that. So like, if a person is going out of their way to transition to woman, they're going to go out of their way to shave their beard. So what were
Sometimes.
you pointing at? I didn't,
No,
I'm
I
sorry, I
was
was
just
just
showing him
trying
the
to-
chat.
I don't think that's accurate, but I don't have any statistics on that. I think sometimes that's the case, and that would be like the normal thing you'd think of. That's what's going on. But I do think other times there's something else going on.
See, Bonesker in the chat says, I don't agree at all. There are plenty of trans people with facial hair. I would assume he means trans women, because obviously if a trans man has facial hair, that's
specifically,
good.
well, trans men for sure. They do the facial hair thing. Oh my God. Some of these people, I wouldn't be able to clock them. Here's another example. I mean, you could see it. This is one that's 10 years. That's the same
Yeah,
person.
right.
Isn't that wild?
Right.
That blows
Yeah,
my
I
mind.
think this is an attempt to pass, but I don't think this is universally the goal.
I mean, I can't speak for every trans person. Maybe there exists
No.
out there somewhere, they're like, well, I'm happy with my beard. Sure. But I would say that is not the norm. The norm is that you want to display your gender identity externally, and beards,
I agree,
is male typical. And if you are trying to look female, then you're going to deliberately go out of your way to shave your beard.
I agree, but there are trans people who say, well, why should I have to perform my gender? I feel
Fair.
it in myself. That's
Fair.
good enough.
Fair. Fair. That does exist.
I also think there's a fair amount of narcissism in this.
In trans people?
Yeah. So
How so?
I do think there's
I would
a
disagree with
desire
you on that.
among some. I'm not saying 100%, but I think there is a desire among some trans people. I mean, that's why you have so many people with channels about themselves and about their transition. I mean, if they were really trying to like make the
I have a channel, you have a
smooth
channel.
as possible.
I have a channel and you have a channel.
Yeah.
Does that make us narcissists?
I think if it was about some, I don't think one's sexuality is the primary thing about them, and I think that when people make that the primary thing about them, I do think it's
Well,
it's sort
I mean,
of
your
might be
gender
narcissistic.
is a very large part about you.
Yeah, I agree. But I do think that
the way you walk, the way you talk, that your interests, what you like to look like, right?
Yeah, but I think a lot of these people, like on the internet, you find two different types of trans people. One type of trans person that wants to have a conversation and doesn't want it to be only about them being trans. Then you do have another type of person who just wants to talk about themselves being trans and judge everyone. This is like a vegan who's like, I think there's a kind of narcissism involved. Like, this is all I want to talk about. It's my entire identity, and it's given me something that's like a leg up on everyone else. And I think you see this, for example, in schools. I could like some trans kids try to like run the whole show. Other trans kids just want to be left alone. And I do think those are two different aspects of this population. Could I give you a percentage? No, but I do think it is.
I mean, there's
somewhat like
cisgendered people that are narcissists. You know.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
the
but not
argument
usually
that,
about
you know,
being
that
cisgendered.
that the basis, I guess, like, because you said that there's a fair amount of narcissism. I don't know if there's more or less narcissism from cisgendered people, and you've said that you don't think you don't know, you don't have an accurate number either.
I'm not saying narcissism is confined to trans people by no means. I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying, like, we can't discern whether or not there's more or less. So
wouldn't you say
it's not fair to say that there is a fair amount of narcissism. It would be fair to say that people in general are narcissistic, and there would be, and just because someone's trans does not negate narcissism. There could be a narcissistic trans person, and there could be a non-narcissistic trans person, in the same way that
yes, but the trans movement itself does lend itself to narcissism, because if you, even without meaning to, are constantly concerned with how you look and how you come across to other people, and you're obsessed with your image, which a lot of trans people are highly concerned with, that does lend itself to narcissism, because narcissists are all
there may
about
be
their
some
image.
overlap between narcissism and transgenderism, though there may be, of course, people who are not in that overlap on both sides.
Yeah.
There are narcissists who are not trans, but there's a natural way in which it can. I don't think this was true. Like when I was younger, I don't think being trans would be like a narcissist wouldn't go there, because you're not going to get any praise for it. It was generally seen as a freak thing.
So for Grace specifically, see, I don't, number one, I'm going to provide a little pushback here. I don't believe that there is a quote unquote trans movement.
Well, there's generally a movement towards being more accepting of trans and saying that it's like a possibility for kids and stuff like that. That's generally true.
I mean, it's like, what if I said, for example, that there was a gravity movement, right? Like an advocacy for gravity.
I would say that's not true.
Exactly, right? Because gravity exists regardless of your desire to believe it.
There was a heliocentric movement.
Yeah, gravity was
Galileo.
Discovered at a certain point.
It was, gravity. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, is that
heliocentrism
is that trans is not a
yeah.
movement so much as trans is a discovery. It is a discovery in sexuality, human sexuality specifically.
Okay, but I'm saying generally socially, there's been a movement towards being more accepting and affirming.
And that, yes,
people.
That, yes. But I'm saying
that's what I'm
transness,
referencing.
like being trans, I would not say is a movement. It is a discovery. And then there's the question of the acceptance, like maybe an acceptance movement of trans people is probably more accurate.
But you couldn't transition prior to these hormones being developed, right? You couldn't. How could you transition?
You could not transition prior to these. Well, when we actually look at, various intersex conditions, we find that there are direct mechanisms that enable the brain to change its morphology to be something in between male and female.
I understand that. Yeah.
And so, and there's a lot of, like, not just endocrinological research, but as well as embryological, psychological, and all biological, neurological as well. All of those.
But the thing couldn't transition.
Well,
You could prior to whatever.
but it exhibits a function. Maybe they don't have the tools in order to properly transition, but there's something inside their brain that says that what is happening in their body is not doesn't match with what is happening.
Yeah,
in my
you say
brain.
I feel like a woman, though
You know,
though I genetically
the
appear as a man.
I think like the
But that's
oldest,
not the same as being trans, right?
Hold on.
I'm not a trans woman if I don't transition.
So there was actually there was a skeleton.
I don't know.
There was a skeleton that was discovered, effectively considered a quote unquote transgender skeleton. And the reason why they believe that it was a transgender skeleton is because the skeleton itself it was a male skeleton, but the way that they were buried was traditionally reserved ritualistically for females, and they were in a female exclusive burial area, as well as that they were facing towards the east, which was traditionally a female burial. The men would face the west, and so it is currently believed that there was considered that they were effectively a trans person. This is a 5,000-year-old. They were discovered. I think it was, let me see. The date was between 2900 and 2500 BCE. And I could provide you the source here. I could show you inside chat there. And I'll provide it for as well for people to see. A 5,000-year-old skeleton discovered, ritualistically buried as if that they were a female when they were in fact male. But I mean, I don't have to look at this necessarily. We could look at, for example, hydras is another one. Indian.
Wait, are you making that throughout history there have been people who feel that they are the other sex, even though they are biologically
like the other sex,
who are treated like or feel like they are the other sex, even though they are physically
correct
their own sex?
Yes.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
always existed.
So that's what I'm saying.
But that's
It's
usually
like,
seen as an effeminate gay man.
And believe it or not, and I know this is going to seem like that it's, you know, I don't know, maybe being a bit, like stereotypical left. He's got to bring up colonialism, but it really was. I mean, you had Christianity that went to native cultures that traditionally did have third genders in North America, as well as multiple cultures in South America, where they could exhibit that there were quote unquote third genders. And this was just largely incompatible with Christianity in general. They said there's man and woman. There cannot be anything in between. And they historically expunged it. They removed it from society and made it seem like that it wasn't a thing. And in the 1930s, under, you know, some of the first people to get sent to concentration camps in Germany were in fact LGBT people, gay, transgender people, as well as scientists that were discovering hormonal differences in humans that would cause people to feel like that they are a different gender from their sex. All information completely lost. I mean, this is why I say it is not an ideology or a movement. It's a discovery. It can't be independently discovered that many times. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
But those people who were buried, I don't think would say if they encountered transgender ideology would say, "Oh yeah, that's what I am." I think they had a different understanding of themselves that in some ways looks similar, but I don't think they had this understanding that we have today. You know, in many ways, I don't know if you're familiar with the way
they can't, right? We have an understanding of genetics,
but it's not even
an understanding
close.
of endocrinology. We have understanding of chemical hormones that causes you to grow breasts. You know?
Yeah, I understand. But have you ever heard the argument that in ancient Greece, there was a form of homosexuality which was based on misogyny? It really was like that. It's very different than today's homosexuality, where it's romantic,
I think that there was like the bottom was like it was
as long
bad
as you
to
weren't
be
a bottom,
as long as you were,
you
could fuck the top, but you could be a top, but you know, if you were a bottom, you were like lower
so
societally or whatever. I don't know if that's true. I'd have to Google that if that's actually.
And then
true.
it had to do with like the gymnasium culture. It was seen as men men are better partners for women intellectually and spiritually.
But men are better partners than women.
For men.
That is totally dependent on the individual. I can't say that that's true for everybody.
No, but he's saying that was the Greek concept. Was that men are better partners for men than women.
It isn't this idea that there are some gay men who are exclusively gay, and then there are heterosexuals. I mean, it's just what I'm saying is like it's just a different way of slicing it. You can say in the end they engage in acts which were similar, but I don't really think the ethos was there. So if you say the modern gay liberation movement is the same as what was going on there, I think the answer is no, it wasn't. And also there were things like, children being initiated into this. And I think the gay movement today would say like, no. And so, anyways,
hold on. The children thing, all it's teaching, and I could show you, is they're just teaching acceptance. They're not indoctrinating anybody.
He's making a point that the Greeks
No.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
No, they would use boys this way.
Gotcha.
Especially slave boys.
Yeah.
Well, here today,
that
is not what we don't do that. That is not.
We're not doing that. Yeah, right. So it's a different whole kind of thing, I think,
also
than what we see as gay culture today.
Yeah.
Though there are similarities. So, I mean, I don't know if we agree with you or disagree with you. I would just say, I don't think there was a transgender movement in North and South America that was stopped by Christianity.
Well,
I think there
were third genders, and saying that there's differences in culture, that's actually the point, because we're talking about the difference between gender and sex. Gender, that is a very wide-ranging topic, from like an internal sense of self, being male, female, or something in between, to how you are perceived externally, to what is expected of you culturally to be then pushed onto you in the form of a stereotype, and whether or not that those stereotypes can be broken or changed from culture to culture. Gender is this giant, it's amazing. It really is. And, if you're sitting there saying, well, listen, if it's different, that lays credence into the idea of gender. It doesn't go against it.
I believe that the term gender can be useful. I don't think it replaces the term sex. And I'm pretty sure you would agree.
Yeah, sex is referring to the biological distinction. Though, with that being said, for those that do transition using HRT, aspects of sex do change. For example, your secondary sex characteristics do change. This is your fat placement, for example. I could see on Ben Thorpe, we have a nice rotund belly, not to be rotund.
I'm losing weight.
And with Gracie has the fat is not placed around her belly, but is more around her hips and chest. It's not as much. Rotund.
I gained weight.
Maybe
like
a bit
father,
of rotund.
unfortunately.
but you get my point, right?
Sure,
the fat placement, that is a secondary sex characteristic, but it is hormones that enable the secondary sex characteristic to grow in that way.
It's complicated. Yeah, I'm saying you can say what you're saying is if you take enough of these hormones the right way, you will be kind of a woman.
Yeah, I mean,
if I took enough
of the
them,
sex change and the gender changes, so an external gender identity. Now, mind you, like if you had to ask, okay, well, what about their chromosomes? Well, that stays the same. What about their genitalia? That also stays the same, unless, of course, if you get bottom surgery. And the question comes into, hey, is that a real penis? Is that a real vagina?
Right.
I don't care. I don't know. Just let people live.
Would you say that
life.
gender, like a basic definition of gender is your personal expression of sexual stereotypes?
No.
Gender is your personal interpretation.
Why stereotypes? Why not just say
so?
Is your of sex? I mean, not sex, but I mean like
your expression of in the sexual realm.
Well,
sexual not meaning
gender.
Sex,
I don't think I can encompass gender into a single definition, but the way that I've described gender it is predicated upon an internal sense of the sex. Right? It all stems from that. You have this internal feeling that, oh, I should be this. You make active steps every single day, both consciously and unconsciously, to perceive yourself as that gender. For example,
or against that, right? Against that, you could be.
Well, I mean, for example, you have a let's say a butch lesbian. They're going to go out of their way to not wear feminine clothing. They're going to go out of their way to I'm not saying that they are transgender, but these are aspects of gender that you're making active, conscious and unconscious steps to not do, or to do.
Right.
For example, Gracie decided to wear makeup, and, Ben Thorpe did not decide to wear makeup, right? You made an active step, right? And when you go to the clothes store, I'm sure Ben rushes over to the men's aisle and Gracie goes to the women's aisle. Not all men do this, by the way. Some men go to the women's aisle because the men's aisle is too small.
Yeah, right. I don't go to either aisle because nothing fits me. I just have to go online. But
I didn't mean to dog on you.
But you can also. I could also choose to play with, like, I'm wearing a pink shirt, and I think I did have several people online say, like, well, we were just having this stupid Discord discussion or something, and they're like, I think you're gay because you're wearing a pink shirt. Now, I would say a man wearing a pink shirt is in no way an indication that he's using a gender expression. What I think is that, like, heterosexual males have a very narrowed selection of things they can choose from in the past, when men could be much more effeminate and it was fine. Like, I think that's an unfortunate consequence of maybe the way we've taken the gay revolution, or whatever you want to call it. Gay, what is it called? Gay liberation.
Yeah.
That it's heterosexual men have now, because it wasn't just assumed everyone's in the closet, have narrative. Like my grandfather was a man that most people would today say, oh, he must be gay, because he was very feminine, very charming, very sweet, very funny. But, like, in his day, he was just, no one thought, well, maybe this guy's gay, or maybe they did, but I never thought it. And I think there was more freedom of expression within heterosexuality. And now it's this sort of, like, you've got to bulk up, you've got to work out, you've got to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You can't in any way, like, touch another man and feel the warmth of, like, male to male touch,
right?
Which used to be quite normal in most cultures. Young men touch each other quite a bit. Now it's, like, only okay on the football field, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of that male to male touch is seen as, like, gay or whatever.
True.
And so I guess what I'm saying is it's complicated. And in some ways, maybe things get better and other things get worse because of that. And I would, but my point is, I do think that especially gay men can help a lot of these conservative young men who are unsure of their sexuality, I think, but especially they absolutely are adamant that they're not gay. And I do think they're all largely unaware that there is a sort of masculine form, like the top is not necessarily this, like, stereotype super feminine guy.
Yeah.
And maybe that can be
it
a
lays
conversation.
credence into how culture changes, and then people display a difference in what is masculine and what is feminine.
Yeah. Because I don't think it's anything. I think it's very healthy for young men to say, I want to be masculine.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm not anti-masculinization. I'm just saying, if somebody isn't masculine, there is nothing wrong with that. People have make that choice for themselves.
Well, I think the definition of masculine should be broadened beyond just, like, I'm a tough guy. You know what I mean? Like, we see this in the superhero? Who is the gentle?
What kind of
superhero? They're all super masculine.
Speaking of
you
which,
know?
what kind of alcohol do you like to drink? Do you drink alcohol?
I do.
Okay, you
Grace
do.
is-
Gracie does.
He doesn't really drink.
What's your favorite drink?
Lemon drop martini.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm an old-fashioned guy. I like old fashions. I know I don't look
My
it.
mom loves those.
I know I don't look it, but I can make a mean old fashioned. But I tell you what, there's so many guys where they act like that they're so manly and big and strong. They cannot do whiskey.
I don't like it. Yeah, it tastes like gasoline to me, but yeah.
I like whiskey. I like it.
Some people do, yeah.
Hold on, let me see. You know what? I actually just pulled this up. Let me see here. I was looking for this. Hold on, give me a moment.
Sure.
Victorian era. Yes. Hopefully this doesn't show my address. I would like it to not show my address. Give me a moment while I show this. So, I actually pulled this up because the book that I read, this is Brain Gender by Melissa Hines. This one here. It's called Brain Gender. And what it did is that it talked about this paper doll here. John Aria just donated $2 saying, make yourself an old-fashioned sir. So actually, totally would. I would do that right now. I drank so much with my mom that now when I raise my blood pressure, I get a headache. And so I am currently recovering.
How old are you?
I'm 37. I'm 37.
I guess you have to worry about stuff at that age.
It happened. It happened to me, and now I'm like worried, and I'm not going to touch the stuff until all symptoms of that have gone away. Anyway, so, but yes, I 100% would. 100%. Anyway, so this says here, this is young Harold, who is a paper doll from the Victorian era. The boy has long curly hair, wears bows, lace, and a feather, and carries a bouquet of flowers. The image of masculinity is very different from that of the present day. And this is the young Harold Dress Me doll. And the idea of femininity and masculinity just completely changes radically, right? Where you could see here.
Well, the outward expression of it, yeah.
That this was considered a masculine look for boys.
Yeah.
Now we look at that, they're like, he looks rather girly. He's got pantyhose, he's got bows, he's got a bouquet of flowers. It's wild how it changes.
Pink used to be seen as a male color, and blue was female, because I think pink was like a light version of red, and red is the color of war or whatever, and the blue was associated with the Virgin Mary, water, feminine stuff. So, like, you know, even when it comes down to like baby rooms.
Man, could you imagine being born in the 1700s? The toys must have fucking sucked, bro. Just
sucked. No, they were probably cooler.
These
toys are awesome.
No freaking way.
No, they were like so intricate and artistic.
No, have you
Nowadays,
seen?
it's just like just light up stuff.
No, bro. No, I'm gonna show you.
Dude, I grew up in the 2000s, and we had
here's Crossfire.
Lincoln Logs. You know, the last time I've seen a child play with Lincoln Logs? Never.
Have you seen Crossfire?
Crossfire. No. This is before my time.
This is way more fun.
I've seen that. No.
This is way more fun. Or what about like?
That reminds me of what are those stupid toys?
Who wants to play with young Harold?
I can see a dress-up doll. Was the doll for girls?
You know, I don't know.
I assume it was for girls.
I think it was for everybody. It was like a, you know, you just play with the paper. It's a paper doll.
Yeah.
Crossfire is awesome. I would have loved I don't think I had Crossfire. I went over to my friend's house and I was like, whoa, you got Crossfire. And we sat there with little marbles and just, the marbles were fucking just bounce around everywhere. You know, like knock out of the field and you had to go get them. It was a pain in the ass. It was still fun. It's definitely more fun than Harold.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can see that. Yeah.
That's another thing.
But to go back to the...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, the original point, I think, this is how we ended up here, was that I was saying that the trans movement can lend itself to narcissism, which I would say is also true of like beauty pageants. I'm not saying everyone in a beauty pageant is a narcissist, but it would lend itself to narcissism if you're really concerned with your image and how you come across, and it's all about you. And that's also, you said YouTube, like, it is true that a lot of YouTubers are narcissistic, although not all of them are. And, you know, so yeah, self-centered things can lend themselves to narcissism. I think that's fair to say. There are some trans people who are absolutely narcissists about their transness.
I only push back against it because what it does is that it puts trans people into a negative light. And I've met a lot of trans people. They don't want to make everything about themselves. In fact, what they would like is society to not make everything about themselves and leave them the fuck alone. That's
definitely true of some of them. Yeah,
that is what I have observed. And I've talked to a lot of trans people, I think most of them, what they want to see is laws not to be made restricting them access to a bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bathroom thing is stupid because I think if you pass, nobody's going to give you a hard time.
I agree.
And if you don't pass, I think you are inviting social criticism at the very least. If you look like a full-grown man walking into a women's bathroom, I mean, I don't know what you expect to happen.
At the end of the day,
nobody's going to notice.
The people that are going to suffer from laws like that is actually not the trans women or trans men. The people that suffer are going to be cisgendered women that don't perfectly pass. And they are a lot more common than trans people.
That is a funny point. I thought that would be funny. I did stand up. That would be a funny, I don't do stand up, but it would be it's a funny point to say that, like, an unfortunate side effect of the anti-trans movement is like hatred for ugly women. You know what I mean?
It is. It is.
It's true. Like,
there's just some women, like, I've looked at them, like, have you been to a Walmart? There's a lot. There's way more women that don't look perfectly like a woman. And it's like, it wouldn't surprise me if they go into a women's bathroom and then just I can't even imagine the embarrassment where it's like, some other prettier woman goes to the ugly woman and is just like, are you supposed to be in here? I don't think you're supposed to be in here. And I'm like, bitch, fuck you. I have a vagina. You suck.
He was just making the point that, like, the anti-trans thing actually hurts ugly women.
Yes.
Which is true.
It's going to hurt them.
You mean masculine-looking women?
Masculine-looking women or women who don't really fit into...
Yeah, there's going to be women that just don't perfectly pass. Like, I promise you, they're way more common than trans women. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Well, because trans only make up like 0.5% of the population, if that. There's a lot more ugly or masculine-looking women.
Exactly.
0.5%.
I do think there are unintended consequences sometimes of things like that. Like I'm saying, the narrowing of masculinity, I think, is a response to gay liberation or the celebration of homosexuality, unintended.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the answer is.
And listen, I'm in the state of Florida, and I have thought to myself, like if I transitioned, I go to the gym. I know I don't look it, but I got a little bit, but I'm not
sleeper build.
But I got that sleeper build. I do. But I thought to myself that if I ever go to the gym, because I use the locker room, if I ever transitioned, I can't even imagine that if I went to the men's locker room as a trans woman, and like if I actually passed in any way, what would it be like to just have just some random, I don't know, maybe some right winger that just slaps my back and says, "See, you're one of the good ones. You use the you use the locker room that you're supposed to. You're one of the good." I'm like, dude, fuck off. I just want to go to the gym. I need to work out. Can you just leave me alone? Like imagine what it is like for just the daily, just like a trans person, like going to the grocery store, going out.
Yeah, but you're assuming something about trans people that I don't think it's true, which is that they just want to be left alone. I don't think that's always true. There's a certain type of trans person who wants to draw attention and is maybe antisocial. And like, I don't know, let's say you didn't have bottom surgery.
Let's say you didn't have bottom surgery. Or they don't want
let's
socialize.
Let's just say this. I'm just saying theoretically, I think you would agree with me on this. If you hadn't had bottom surgery and you were getting fully naked in front of a bunch of little girls who were on a swim team, like you would say that would be inappropriate, right? Do you actually get fully naked in a locker room? I do.
Do you really?
Like taking a shower? Yeah, I know that guys don't do that anymore.
I got news for you. The only people that I have seen in the locker room that get naked are old men. It's always
guys,
old men.
yeah.
Like I put on my I have my boxers on. Why do I need to take off my boxers? I don't need to.
Well, how do you take a shower?
I don't take a shower. I go home.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that's largely. Yeah, that's
why would I take a shower in that gross ass shower? Brother.
Also, in women's changing rooms, generally everything is in stalls. You don't generally change in front of each other. I'm not sure why, but
well, the reason they don't have stalls in men's rooms is because that would contribute to gay culture. Because in the stall, it's just a male sexual thing.
That's
Women
weird.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's
but
weird.
It is why, like, unfortunately, like, what are those things called on the side of the highway?
Porta potties?
Yeah, like there aren't as many porta potties as there could be, largely because it used to be a pickup. They would always become pickup spots for gay guys. Now that may change. That may have changed because of Grindr and things like that. But that's why when you go to a city, I think it's hard to find a place to go to the bathroom that's public, because they would be taken over by this kind of male gay culture, which I'm not saying it's all gay guys.
I think there's definitely a point. There's like a level where I go, you need to be in the men's or you need to be in the women's. There's like like I'll be honest, if you don't perfectly pass in one or the dude, just pick your favorite bathroom. There shouldn't be any laws. There shouldn't be anything that prevents. But I'm telling you,
I went to a Planet Fitness when I was like 15 or so, and there was a full-grown man in the women's dressing room.
Okay.
And he wasn't like a burly man, but he was a dude, obviously, and like it skeezed me out. I didn't want him there.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was being antisocial.
He claimed he was trans, but I didn't.
It's a person that doesn't perfectly pass, but let's take a look here.
Well, he wasn't even really trying.
Let's say, for example, if you have a, okay, hold on. If somebody is perving, right? That's another thing, right? Just because you're trans doesn't mean you can actively go in and perv on some women, right? Obviously the behavior is a huge factor here. If you were a biological woman doing that would be fucking weird, right? Like you had your camera out.
But there's a difference because there's a physical safety element, because there are lots of trans women who are still attracted to women.
So would you say?
And so, like, if a lesbian is in the if a lesbian is in the women's dressing room, I don't really care, because the likelihood she's going to overpower me, that's not a concern for me.
Oh, she's gonna.
But if a
overpower me.
if a biological male who is, expressing himself as a woman but is still attracted to women is in the locker room, that adds a level of.
I don't think men would particularly care if women just
well,
marched into the
I mean,
men's
so
room,
let's say, like right now in the state of Florida, it is
Yeah.
illegal for a trans person to use a bathroom outside of their biological sex. And I guess my question becomes, so this would go to the women's. Do you see my stream?
Yeah.
But even if there is a
that's
law,
ridiculous.
no one's going to
obviously, right? Like this
though, right?
person,
No one's
in
going to
my head-
catch this.
But nobody's going to accuse this person of breaking the law because nobody would be able to tell.
Yeah, they'd be
so
like,
it wouldn't
"Yeah,
affect
that's a-
them.
I,
And so
I
whether
agree.
there's laws or
I
not, if
agree.
you
But I'm saying
pass,
like,
you're good.
I'm saying like, it's like if you think, hey, this person, they should be going into the men's, well, then you're okay with the idea of trans people using their assigned identities or their identities bathroom.
Yeah, if they pass, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
But what
there's
about
a man
women
who's
that
taking
don't
so
pass
much
perfectly?
estrogen that he is so feminized,
But
yeah.
Bender, like I've been to jail several times for silly shit based on YouTube.
I'm not even.
And they
gonna
will.
ask. I don't want to get into it.
They will ask me. Okay, I don't really come across as someone who's looking trans, but in blue states they will say like, okay, so do you identify as male or female? Now, if I said I want to go to the women's part of jail, you don't think I should be allowed that, right?
No. So I believe that it should be taken on a case by case basis. If somebody is trans, I would operate under the basis of least harm possible. Right.
I'll be
And
right
this
back.
is for both
Yeah.
the people for the inmates as well as the person that is has to, for example, if you're a trans woman, you pass really well, but also you're convicted of sexual assault of a lot of women. Obviously, you're not going in the women's jail. But if, say, for example, you do pass as a woman, and honestly, like the probability of being sexually assaulted is very, very high for that person, right? Either they would need to be heavily protected in the men's prison, or they should be in the women's prison. Right. Do you see, like, it would have to be a case by case basis. And the goal is not to, like, I don't know, be inclusionary to trans people. It's how do we avoid potential issues?
But let's say this, and I might be open to this. Let's say you're a very effeminate.
By the way, I'm just grabbing a drink.
Sure. Let's say you're a very effeminate gay man. You're a bottom. I think those guys maybe should be able to go to the women's prison.
You think I should go to the women's? No.
Well, because they're going to immediately be like, fodder for the guys, right?
Funny. Damn it.
I didn't miss your joke.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
But you know what I mean? Like if let's say a very attractive young, like Twinkie looking, 18-year-old marches into a typical male prison, like he's gonna get reamed by the older men in there. So I mean, you could make an argument would be better for him to be with the females. Unless he's into that.
Maybe I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. I mean, sure.
So,
yeah, maybe,
but then you get into gray areas, and it's like.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
it's
I mean,
hard
I
to
would,
deal with gray
I would
areas.
derive it on a case by case basis, right? But I think for I think 99.9%,
who's gonna make the judgment? There still has to be someone
It would be
making-
the judge. The judge would be making the judgment.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, and maybe there would be effeminate gay men who want to have that experience in the men's prison. But then again, maybe that shouldn't be why you're going to prison, to have your gay fantasies fulfilled. So, I mean, I don't know, it becomes very complex. I just think it's better to generally maybe what would you say about this? Some things should be adjudicated by law, some things should be adjudicated by social. Like, so if someone's not really passing in a female, maybe if or whatever, she is,
I mean,
if that
again,
person
it-
is
case by case
shunned by the
basis.
females, then eventually it will it'll kind of be like, well,
yeah, I mean, I
you got to
stick
do
to
a
my
better
same
job.
principle, case by case basis, and it would have to be on the basis of least harm, right?
Well, what I'm saying is
reduce
maybe it
harm.
doesn't need to be done legally. It could just be done socially by, kind of women going, get the fuck out of here, and no one needs to like call the cops, but that eventually those type of people who are doing that will be pushed back into the men's room. Maybe it doesn't need to be done legally.
I mean,
Although
again,
if someone's just firmly antisocial and has a full erection in the women's room, right, and it's just saying I'm trans,
But
like,
you gotta
no,
be so.
you gotta
you
get the hell
gotta
out
be,
of
yeah,
here.
yeah.
There've got to be some
Yeah,
limitation.
I mean, just so you're aware, right? Like trans women, their libido sucks. They used to have. It's actually a common complaint among trans women that do actually transition. They're like, I want my sex drive
I know if you're
back.
taking the hormones, but if you're not even taking the hormones and you're just, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
this is what
there aren't
this
these
this
people,
lays
but you
credence
could see it.
into
It's a perv.
into a
You're being a perv.
case by case basis. Right?
Yeah.
It's a case by case issue, and I think again it comes down to a least harm possible, and that's where I'm at with it. I can't
but the
find a
problem
better
with case by case is laws have to be clear. They can't be fuzzy.
Nope, it's in fact up to the judge to decide these cases, right?
But the judge has to always
can
decide
choose
based on
to say
a clear law.
I'm going to put you in jail, or I'm going to make you do community service, right? The judge is ultimately the decider. The law provides a wide ranging variation of
I see
what
you mean. Yeah, there's
exact punishment to apply.
Yeah, there's discretion. Yeah.
So regarding jail, I think it's no different. I don't think it's any different, if that makes any sense. I really do believe that a least harm possible is necessary for trans individuals going to jail.
To society as a whole, not just them, though, right?
Not just them. It would have to also involve like the inmates. What would happen as a result? What leads to the least harm? If we put this person in the men's prison, would this cause more or less harm than if we put them in the women's prison? Right. And just imagine what it would be like, a trans woman that sexually assaulted a bunch of women is not going in the women's prison. You're going in the men's prison because you're going to cause harm on those women. It's that simple.
But at the end of the day, the
Man.
trans issue is kind of dead. Like both sides basically agree with each other. There's
Is
all this
it?
hysteria. Yeah, I mean,
I know.
it's not a hot
People-
topic anymore.
I think it's
People
a
are
distraction.
People are freaking the fuck out about it. And there's so many laws written specifically to discriminate against trans people. This is 2026. And there's also protections in certain states where they say you have a right to exist in this state as a have you seen the travel map for trans people?
No, but what I'm saying is it's kind of dead as a topic. Like it was a big thing and both sides were kind of got
I
crazy
think it's
about
still
it.
a
But
thing.
I think essentially the left came over to the right because the left was saying, no, they are women. These
I'm
are
the left.
real women.
I'm super pro trans.
I know, but people like you didn't used to say, no, of course they are biologically male, but their gender is female. There was a whole thing about like, no, they're real women.
But there's another thing with trans. Have you ever heard of a guy named Crispin Quentin? He was
Quentin Crisp.
Quentin Crisp. He was I think it would be called a transvestite in the 1950s. And he specifically said that he got dressed up in order to get beaten up by men. And that was part of the culture. Do you know what I mean? And
that's insane.
So, well, I mean, he's old school though. And he was saying like that and I do think that was part of gay culture, like in the 50s and 60s, when the cops would come and chase them with batons. I think a lot of gay men see that as the golden age of being gay, and that now it's boring and pedestrian.
That's so
and it's not
odd.
any fun because it has a transgressive quality, don't you think? There's a gay culture is always sort of transgressive, and if you listen to Lou Reed,
Also, I'll show this real quick. I think this is a good thing to share. But you guys see my stream? where
Yeah.
you can see the
Adult
map.
anti-trans.
Yeah, so
legal
this is
risk.
the anti-trans legal risk assessment map, where you
Mhm.
know the red is the worst laws passed, and then slightly orangey is high risk within 2 years, and then moderate risk within 2 years, and then there's low risk within 2 years, and then there's safest states with strong protections, which is what I would say that needs to happen on a federal basis, like an extension of the Civil Rights Act, ensuring that there are no laws discriminating against trans people as well as LGBT people. But what I find so wild is that the map has states where it's like, don't be here. like almost like if you're traveling in Europe, like, don't go to Pakistan. Right?
You mean, why would a trans person live in these states?
Well, it's not even like, it literally says, do not travel. Like Florida, Texas, Kansas, do not travel. The restrictions are so heavy that there is a non-zero chance that you could get assaulted. You could get legal repercussions simply for being trans, simply for existing in those states.
But very few trans people experience negative stuff because of law enforcement. It's usually,
Are you sure
people
about that?
reacting to them.
Social.
No, there's
Well,
there's
I
a
don't-
lot of negativity with law enforcement and trans people.
What's
A
going to
lot.
happen to you if you're trans in Texas through law enforcement?
Well, I mean, immediately you get labeled as like some kind of freak pervert.
That's social.
By law enforcement? That you?
I
What do
mean,
you have to wear a badge that says
like
freak?
the immediate thought process is that, oh, you must be like a groomer of some kind.
By law enforcement?
Yes, law enforcement. Like here's a meme. Check this out. A lot of people laughed at. I mean, maybe obviously it's it's not factual. Let me see if I can find it. I can't. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll have to hunt that one down.
Let me ask you this: do you think there are any forms of sexuality, expressions of sexuality that are, other than pedophilia, that are wrong?
Well, I'm a firm believer that
Between consenting adults,
as long as
that
it's
are
consenting
wrong?
adults, I don't have a problem. Right?
Okay,
but
so
you
are
have
you
to have
familiar with-
capability of consent, and I know what a lot of
Yeah,
people
sure.
they go into the incest discussion.
No. What I'm thinking of is, like, there was specifically a category of people they call bug chasers that will say on a Grindr type app, I am looking for people who are HIV positive to have
Gotcha.
sex with.
Gotcha. Like it's like
You
a fetish.
would say, yeah, like a kind of fetish, right?
Yeah.
Like I kind of want to ride the line
that's-
between
that's-
life and death
That's
here.
freaking wild.
So, but isn't that wrong? Isn't it like, wouldn't you say like that
Yeah,
is
I mean,
not
like
good?
I perceive it as not desirable. But at the same time, I'm not gonna judge onto these people what their fetishes are. Like that's up to them if they want to hurt themselves. There's people that engage in BDSM and injure themselves. There's, it is not up to me, nor do I think it is up to the state. It is up to individuals to make that decision for themselves.
Okay, so would you have a problem with people then, like, let's say people publicly play Russian roulette with a 6-gun?
Jesus.
You're saying like they should be allowed to do that? I mean, that has happened.
Oh my
That's
God.
similar thing. You're basically doing the same thing.
Wow. You know what? I have to get back to you on that. My immediate response is no. I don't know why though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you and say that I do not know.
Like you would say, like, if a bar is saying we're doing Russian roulette tonight, come watch someone blow their fucking brain out and place bets. Like you would say that should be shut down.
Shut that down. Yeah, because now now it's creating like an industry, which is empirically harming a crap ton of people. Anyway, here I found the meme. It's very funny. Had a lot of trans people that laughed at this. It says here, POV, you're trans casually walking past a playground in Florida. It's pretty funny, right?
What is that, a flying cop?
Yeah.
Just jumping at you. Yeah.
Is that because there was that trans guy who wasn't there a trans guy who did something?
There were a couple of trans shooters.
Yeah. Like
No,
there
so,
was that
like,
viral cop.
I mean, here's the
thing.
thing. Like, you could just be trans and the aggression goes way up, right? Because there's so much
Yeah.
propaganda specifically against trans people that immediately people are going to look at you as like a bad person, a freak, an other, not deserving of the same rights as other people. And I'm fighting against that. I think what we're doing is it's not at the same severity, but I do consider it very equivalent to, say, Jim Crow laws. Obviously, it's not the same severity, but you get my point. Where it's like laws that are specifically put on the books to discriminate these groups of people that ultimately didn't do anything wrong.
But being trans is related to like high levels of mental instability.
Yes, I would.
Super high levels.
I agree. I think that I think if you are vilified, abandoned by your family, fired from your job, you lose many of your friends, society abandons you. I think.
Oh, come on. You don't think taking all these hormones is also going to fuck with your like mental stability?
Not in the same way that you're thinking. But
I mean,
specifically,
being trans
make you highly unstable.
Wait a second.
like,
being
it-
trans
it-
in and
I'm
of itself.
saying
Wait, being
it
trans in
increase-
and of itself is a mental illness, like categorically. It's dysphoria.
No. Being trans in and of itself is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is. These are different things. Being trans.
How are they, I understand they're different words, but how are they different things? You
Yeah, so
don't feel like you are the
trans
sex
is-
you were born into.
Yes. So trans is that you have an internal feeling that is separate from the external self, the sense of self, right? You feel this, right? That is what being trans is.
Yeah.
The gender dysphoria is specifically the negative feeling associated with not having the same gender as your sex. So not all trans people actually have this negative feeling. Sometimes they have what's called gender euphoria, as in that they are euphoric when they are affirmed of their identity. They don't necessarily have the dysphoria. So it is not in and of itself a mental disorder. In fact, prior, I think it was in the DSM-4 where they called it gender identity disorder. And so being trans in and of itself was a mental disorder. But over time, they realized that it doesn't actually match the criteria for being a mental disorder, because a mental disorder requires that there has to be like a substantive negative cause, like being that causes a substantive
impairment.
Impairment to your life. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so being trans in and of itself does not do that. However, gender dysphoria, the negative feeling associated, can be highly debilitating. And so that is what is referred to as the mental illness.
How would it not be? How would you not be dysphoric if you feel like, if I was to say, I feel like I'm a woman,
Mm-hmm.
and I look in the mirror, how am I not going to experience dysphoria? How would I experience euphoria?
Well, if you,
I don't
like, let's say
understand
you spent your time and you're like, that you're a man and you're
Yeah.
perfectly okay looking as a man and you don't find a severe discomfort with it. But
Yeah.
you decided, okay, I'm going to try, putting on a dress, putting on makeup, shaving, making myself look like a woman. And you experienced a euphoria being identified as a woman, seeing yourself as a woman.
Uh-huh.
That would be.
Oh, I dressed
you-
up like in drag,
Yes.
you mean?
Yeah, like you experienced a euphoria with that.
You're saying if some people, some men, let's just
That's
use
called autogynephilia, isn't it?
No.
not necessarily.
That is an old. That's an old
Autogynephilia
term.
is if no, but autogynephilia is real. But it's if you're a
Nope.
straight man who
It has
gets
been
turned
disproven.
on by the idea of wearing women's
It has
panties
been
and stuff. You can still
disproven.
be straight.
It is.
No,
been
it's
disproven.
it's a straight guy thing.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Well, I don't understand. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If I wear women's
So
panties, I talk.
I'll pull it up. I
No, like the.
So
I
this
think
is
that- I
mean,
think
this
that
is
at least
just
they're
a general AI overview. You could, it's also on Wikipedia, but there are studies that do show this. Yes, Ray Blanchard's theory of autogynephilia has been widely discredited and rejected as a valid typology for transgender identity by major psychological, medical, and scientific organizations.
Yeah. I'm saying trans is different than autogynephilia. I'm saying autogynephilia is like a certain type of kink for straight men. It doesn't have to do with being trans.
Just,
but
I
it
guess
still
that's a good
exists.
question. Does autogynephilia?
Like a man can be totally
Like if I get
straight.
turned on by wearing women's clothes,
Yeah.
Exist. Hold on.
obviously that's
Hold
a
on.
possibility.
I'll see here.
Obviously.
You can lock your panties up, bitch. I mean, obviously, I don't know what couldn't be a kink.
Yeah,
I know. I
I'm
feel
just
like
saying
anything
it's,
could be a kink. Yeah, probably
it's
true.
a
Yeah.
hetero. It can be. It's a hetero kink. I'm not saying it
I
has.
watched a show where a guy goes and eats the like hair that collects at the bottom of a shower.
Yeah, I mean, maybe somebody. Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything
I
grosser
once
than
saw.
that,
I once saw
but-
a story of a guy that was sexually attracted to tiles.
Hell yeah.
To tiles. It blew me away. He had like a folder, and it had a bunch of like different folders. It was like neat tiles, clean tiles, dirty tiles. I'm just like, stop. Like I'm like broken / disrespected tiles. I'm like, what is happening?
Horror tiles.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very odd.
Well, you brought up Jim Crow, and I have a funny story about a black guy and a trans woman. In my high school, there was a trans girl named Charlotte, and she started dating a black guy who went to another school, but she didn't tell him she was trans.
Ooh,
and she
not
was
good.
like, she was passing, but like not
But she
really
only
in
dated
person.
by showing pictures. They
Yeah.
didn't actually meet.
Yeah. So eventually, his friends started making fun of him because
And
they
she know
found out.
and she know how to take good pictures.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
looked at her
that's sad.
Instagram, you couldn't really tell. I think she had a little bit of trans face, but like not really. But in person, you could definitely tell she was skinny, tall, white, male. But anyways, so the black guy's friends found out, started making fun of him. So he got super angry at her because he didn't realize, and he called her like the T word, and then she called him the N word.
Oh my
And
god.
then the texts were released. And then we had like, so there was this war in the school about like, whose side do you take? Are you pro the black guy or pro the trans person? So there was like,
That's
stop trans
wild.
hate.
I'm
in
not
the
pro
bathroom.
either
There
of
was
them.
also
I'm not pro
That's like,
either of
yeah,
them.
the
No
Victim
T
Olympics.
slurs, no
Yeah.
N words.
and there was a school meeting, and obviously the principal had no idea what to say. So he was just like, let's just stop using any hateful language towards anyone. I've heard there was a recent thing, and let's just not do that.
You can't even.
But I'm on the black guy's side though, in the sense that he was deceived. I do think that's wrong
Well,
to do.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you do need to, if you ever end up just being sexually interested, you do need to disclose that. But I also lay a balance in, like, if you're just talking to people or meeting people, you don't need to let everybody like you could be interested in know in the moment, because it's like, there is like a level of mortality that needs to be explained. And it's like, and at the same time, people look at you different. They treat you worse by saying that you're trans. Maybe one day that will not happen. But right now, that is not the case. Protect yourself. But if you do plan on engaging sexually, you do need to disclose that. That's very important.
I had a trans woman who was very sexually like sort of
Apologies,
coming
my
on to
cat
me.
is.
Sent.
Have you seen my cat? Have you seen her? Her name is Pepper. Say hello to Pepper.
Hi, Pepper.
Hi there, duties. She's my little duties. She needs butt pats. That's what she likes. She likes nice butt pats. All right, you good? All right. All right. Well, hopefully she's definitely going to be messing that up, but okay. All right. Anyway, what was I going to say?
I was telling you my story.
Nobody is a bigger. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Trans woman on Instagram doesn't care. He was about to tell you about
Go
a
ahead.
trans woman.
Go
You
ahead.
hang on
Go
him.
ahead.
I don't really care, but what it was saying is like I had a Discord group or whatever. I was new to this whole thing of like online dating. I was like, oh, this chick is hot and she's after me, and they're like, that's not a chick, and I was like, that is definitely a chick, and she's beautiful, and they they could see something, and but then she relatively quickly did say I'm not a bio female.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, oh, well, that's kind of one of my like must-haves. So,
okay.
But I didn't feel like I didn't get angry. But see,
Yeah.
I do
Well,
think
that's-
a lot of
that's
trans
good.
go
That's
after
good. There's
black
some-
guys because they want them to be angry. There's a weird, funny way in which the rate of violence among I think a couple drinks in, trans people will tell you this. The rate of violence is not entirely just
accidental.
Trans hate. There is this desire to, I think, with some people to fuck with guys and
Yeah.
to surprise them, especially a masculine black guy who's got, you know what I mean? Like that's gonna be the population that's gonna be most likely to get violent with you. And the rate of that particular thing happening is quite high. Black men violently attacking trans women that they meet at a bar. It's not just random.
I'm pretty sure black trans women have the highest mortality rates of.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, there's something going on there that's not just discrimination.
Well,
but
I
it's
mean,
like on
just
both
so
sides.
just so you're aware, and this is I've heard this hypothesis before, but I remember reading about it that it turns out that areas that have poor socioeconomic conditions in the United States have a higher prevalence of lead concentration that shows up in the blood, even among newborn babies. And so what that means is that if there is a higher concentration of lead and that redlining has existed in the past, that would actually increase violence specifically among black people. And
That's
there's
just a cope for black people.
It's
being
not.
violent.
It's not a. Are you? Wait. Do you think that there's something inherent about black people?
Black
and
people,
violence?
Yes,
black
they
people
have
more
higher testosterone.
testosterone.
But that's interesting because you could look into that scientifically. I looked into it because I was the landlord, and there's this big thing about lead paint. It's largely a fiction. It's convenient but I don't think it's healthy to tell a population, okay, well, this is external to you. The reason that black students don't do as well and there's violence is because of paint.
Where did
It's
you get that
convenient.
they have
Everyone
higher
likes it,
testosterone?
but it's not true.
Where did you get
The
that they have
average
higher-
person? Do you know the average person in the 1960s? Because gas used to have lead in it. Because you see unleaded gas, but it's like, where's the leaded gas? The amount of lead in the average person's body in the 1960s would be like 10x.
Yeah, and
what's considered
and
poisonous
violence
today.
was way up. Violence
No.
was yes, it was. Violence
No.
has dropped precipitously as a result of the lack of lead in the atmosphere. This is proven. This is proven. I'm not
Wait, but
making this up.
it's beyond. It's
And also-
beyond
and also,
testosterone
just
and lead.
FYI
Well, what about IQ?
Hold
You're
on,
saying
and also
brain
just
function was-
it also affects your IQ negatively. Yes, lead
people in the 1960s
negatively
were way
affects
brighter than people today.
Lead negatively affects your IQ. It increases your aggressiveness. It increases your probability of doing violent crimes. These are all increased. And considering that we have redlining laws in the past, there are areas that are predominantly black. Guess where they put lead processing? They did not put it in the richer areas. They put it in the poor black predominant areas. And so as
but
a
you
result,
have the problem
when we actually analyze newborn babies, They have
Yeah.
higher lead concentrations in their blood than white babies, typically.
Yeah.
Now, here, I'll show you here. Like this is, I just want to be clear
And they
here.
commit crimes and do poorly
That-
in school, but that's just called a correlation.
And it says
doesn't
here
mean it's
that
causal.
there is a correlation there. It's not causal, but I'm saying that we did observe that when we pulled lead out of the air with gasoline, that crime did drop off precipitously, and it had been dropping since. But if you look right here, scientific research shows that baseline testosterone levels do not differ in any clinically meaningful way between black and white individuals when research adjusts for age, body mass index, and overall health. So no, the
Okay, but I
idea
have
that
one here
there's
that
more
says
testosterone.
several
is not true.
analyses showed that any observed differences in testosterone concentration tend to appear during young adulthood, 20s to late 30s, but diminish or disappear entirely after age 40. So
Okay.
like you're gonna get different stuff, but it's beyond
Well,
testosterone
let's
and
pull up
lead.
consensus
It's
then.
beyond that. Black culture. Everybody knows that if you are trans and you lie to a black person, you're probably more likely to get physically assaulted than a white person because black culture is like has a macho element.
Yeah, it's more much
where
culture.
yeah, like it's really important
Hold on.
for men
I
to
really want to
seem
drive this
masculine.
home.
They're more homophobic too than whites. That's just
hold on.
true. Whites
Yeah, that
care
is true.
less about
So
seeming
I
gay.
really want to drive this home
etc.
because I'm a learner, and if I'm wrong about something, that I want to know
Look at the
that
lead
I'm
thing.
wrong about that thing. So I just want to be clear here. Now I'm using this is consensus.app. If you're not aware of what consensus.app is, it basically is just a program that goes specifically through studies, only studies. It's no Wikipedia, no Reddit, no none of that. It's all empirically based studies that are in published accredited journals. So I said, do black people have more testosterone and therefore more aggressive? No evidence links race to higher testosterone-driven aggression. The premise of the question contains two assertions of which our supplied literature provides no support. The black individuals have higher testosterone levels, and that elevated testosterone reliably causes greater aggression. None of the 20 studies in the corpus examined racial differences in testosterone. The testosterone aggression literature instead focuses on sex, personality, cortisol interactions, and social contexts, not race. Testosterone and aggression weak and context dependent. Baseline testosterone shares weak association with aggression, significant in men but not women. There's causal evidence of pharmacological manipulation and is not statistically significant. Testosterone increases aggression only high in men high in trait dominance or low in self-control. Testosterone aggression link depends on cortisol levels and social provocation context. So, and there's also meta-analytical effect sizes that do not support this assertion. If you want, I could show you the references that shows numerous scientific papers.
I agree with you. But one, just take one of those. You say higher testosterone does not cause, like in a sense, higher aggression, unless one of two things. I think you said.
Yeah,
the person has low self-control.
It has to have specifically trait dominance or low in self-control.
Right.
It's,
Okay.
It's not just testosterone. It's not enough.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And I think it's wrong for people to think like men are inherently violent or something like that's not really true. I think women are more violent. And so it's interesting, but I do think that you would say blacks typically, I don't know whether it's lead or what, have lower lower impulse control or culture or whatever. And there have been studies about that as well. So you would tend to say, I know you're saying there isn't even a difference.
You don't even have to make it racial. Black, like you could just say poor people. You're talking about poor neighborhoods. You're talking about poor blacks.
Yeah, I mean,
poor people also
but
have
to be
lower
fair,
impulse
right? Like
control,
when you
generally
go
speaking.
past,
No, it's more.
I'm saying like when you go past
black,
the Martin Luther King avenues and the Rosa Parks drives, and this is throughout the entire country, we could observe that it's not an even mix of white people, black people, Hispanic. It's almost exclusively minorities. every single
Right.
time. And that makes sense, right? Because like it was only until the 1970s that redlining was illegal. But that doesn't mean just because that you make redlining illegal that the roots don't come from there and they don't end up raising their children there and they don't end up, under the same conditions that existed in the past. So the poor areas is predominantly black. And when we observe lead concentrations, it's higher among black people in these poor areas than among richer white affluent
But that's just a
areas.
correlation that doesn't show causation.
Well, we do know that lead causes aggression. We do know that. We also know it drops
I
intelligence.
think that's very weak.
We know
but
that.
I think it's
We do know.
convenient. But you don't think that studies are somewhat influenced by like what we do and don't want to know, like as a society,
Well-
and that like basically, who's going to do a study that's not politically correct?
So we could
You
look
know what I
here.
mean?
Lead is a potent neurotoxin that damages the brain by mimicking calcium, which disrupts cell signaling and destroys neurons. The body absorbs the lead in place of vital calcium. It allows the lead to cross the blood-brain barrier. The lead blocks chemical channels and receptors like NMDA receptors needing for learning and memory. It prevents brain cells from producing vital growth proteins, which weakens the connections between neurons. It leads to cell death, as well as reduces overall brain volume and strips protective myelin sheath off of nerve cells.
Okay, but what I'm saying is
lowers
there
your
were
IQ.
there were things like this about the masks during COVID-19. They weren't true. That you could have
but
had this thing
true.
about how
this is true, and there's a lot of COVID
because you
stuff
say
that's
it's true.
No, it's not because I say it's true. It's because that's what the
But
medical
that stuff
journals
about
say.
masks was not true, but they had
masks.
all these.
But masks do work. We do know that they work.
They didn't work.
They do. I could show you the science on that as well.
The mask regimen didn't work, but you could
did.
say
It did. Masks reduced infection. By wearing a mask, it reduces water particle droplets, which is how the virus was able to transfer from one to another through an aerosol spray. If you were to say
Right, but that's only if
sneeze or
masks are
spit,
worn
by
properly.
simply talking. No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're wearing it properly or not wearing it properly. It reduces the spread.
I think in actual fact, masks could be argued. I'm not sure. I mean, you might be right. Could be argued to have contributed to the spread because your hands are constantly touching them, especially little kids.
No, it's not true.
And at outdoors, it's utterly ridiculous.
It's-
Outdoors, it's utterly ridiculous that it stops the spread of anything.
You're talking about the difference of a volume of as well as projectile through aerosol spray. Masks and no masks is not a question as to whether or not that they reduce
I understand
aerosol spray.
in
a direct
hospitals, I
mouth
agree.
spitting. No, it doesn't matter if it's cloth, if it's an N95 mask. I mean, obviously it's more effective if you have, an N95 mask, but the point that I'm trying to make is that the projectile and how far it goes changes radically, even wearing something as simple as a cloth mask. And you can see right here, there's multiple examples of this. This was proven true even when people wore bandanas. Like, it's not even a proper mask. It did reduce spread.
I don't think so, but
it does.
But I'm not a scientist, and
I'm
I
not
think
making.
there are
Look,
other.
just look at the picture. Look at the picture. We don't have to be scientists here. You could look at it and realize this does reduce spread.
Well, you could say you could see a condom, and you could say condoms prevent the transmission of STDs, and you could swatch semen, go into a condom.
Yes,
but there's another problem that when condoms become frequently available, people tend to have more sex because they
Now you're talking my
presume the condom
language.
is going to prevent the STD, and therefore overall it may not actually lower STDs. Even though, like, yes, I get
but
the
it
idea.
does lower STD. Like, What relevance does that have to the masks?
No.
The question is whether or not masks work. They do work.
But okay, but then if you're constantly reusing masks, you're touching masks, you're touching your hand to the mask,
Yeah,
it may negate.
No, it doesn't. It reduced.
Oh yeah, I think you guys
spread.
agree. You guys agree. Masks, when used properly, would help to stop the spread of a virus. But masks
if it's
were
not a
used
mask,
so
you're-
improperly by most people.
It doesn't
that
matter.
It was.
If
If you look it up, somebody
it doesn't
also-
matter.
also
I'm
there's
telling you, it
there's a
doesn't
thing
matter.
where a
Virtually
population-
every single metric has been measured on this. The science is in. I have
No,
to
but-
accept and move on. That's where I'm at with it.
There's
Like,
there's something also that like a population, once there's a certain amount of spread, it's just going to reach a certain level. Whether masks slow it slightly or not, it's going to reach a certain, number until there's a kind of mass immunity.
so
And,
actually,
and that is also a factor. So slowing it down may just drag it out longer.
So actually, I do have to call it, but I did have a fun conversation with you guys. I have
Thank
I have
you.
work. I have work in the
Likewise.
morning. I got to go to bed and work.
Oh, you're a wagey?
Yeah, I'm a
Gross.
I'm a wagey. I actually have to get up in the morning and do. But hey, maybe one day I get enough subscribers where I
Yes.
don't.
Do a debate with Grace, either against Grace or on her side, because
Let's debate the Wilsons.
I want to see young people get more in there. This would be great.
The Wilsons, you would not want to debate the Wilsons. You would not want to.
I have
Yeah,
debated.
yeah.
I debated Andrew Wilson. He is. I've debated.
Did you get the giant harassing crew for like the next 2 weeks where they all harassed you?
Oh yeah.
That happened to me.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was
They said we
awful.
were federal agents. They used us to be federal agents.
Within a couple months ago, he came on my show, and he said that he had reason to believe because way
Federal
back when we
agents.
met him 3 years ago, he had a friendly relationship with us. Then claimed we were federal agents, banned us from his Discord, banned us from chat, and said anyone who watches us is banned from his chat. So I brought it up again, and I said, so
Why?
do you think that was reasonable for you to say that we were federal agents? And
Paranoid.
He said, yeah. Do you want to see the clip? I put it on my Twitter.
Can
He literally said,
you imagine
That's
if in your brain you're
crazy.
like, these people might be spending an hour or two talking to me on a very small panel because the federal government is paying both of them like good money to infiltrate this channel.
I gotta get that.
What
I gotta
the
get some.
fuck?
I gotta get some of that George Soros money. You know what I'm saying? You know,
That's narcissism, isn't it? Like,
gotta get that George
yeah,
Soros.
no,
money.
that's-
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I gotta get going. Thank
Yeah.
y'all.
Nice talking
We'll,
to you.
we'll probably have more conversations in the future. Thank you. Have a good day.
bye.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Well, y'all, that was interesting, I would say. Did you guys enjoy that? I hope you guys enjoyed it. Did you guys hit like? Are you guys subscribed? Do me a favor, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Why? Why should you hit the like button and subscribe? You know, if I maybe one day it will get to the point where I can do this as my main job. In which case I would be able to, 11, 12 o'clock. It wouldn't bother me. I'd be like, hey, let's do it. I don't have to get up in the morning, but I do have to get up in the morning because I'm a wagey. I work. Flashy says that was a fun convo. I agree. I thought it was a good convo. It was good. It was good. Not bad. We got more conversations, we got more debates, more discussions. I thank y'all very much for joining me. And I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. I had lots of fun. I've got shows coming up. I'm also going to be at DebateCon in Orlando as well. That's going to happen. No exact dates. It's a little too far. I think it's like sometime in October. So it's going to be a little while. But I'm going to DebateCon, as it turns out, to debate Rob Noor, or as I would like to call Rob GPT. Anyway, y'all, thank you guys very much, and have a great rest of your night.